Oh boy. All right. Oh, this is a long Reddit post. Oh man, did I cook? Did I cook? I probably didn't cook. This is probably the worst take ever. But not to me it isn't. To me, I am right. I am always right. That is something you got to know about me. I am 100% in the right every single discussion all the time. That's just how things go. All right. I should not have eaten that shit. All right. So, got some notes for today. We got some stuff to go through. First off, we're going to go through this Reddit post here. Then oh boy. Oh boy, hold up. Then we got to go through this bad boy video. I never actually watched this. I've only seen takes about this video. I need to see how bad some of these takes are. Are they worse than mine? We'll see. And I want to react to this. I want to actually see just how cringe and unbearable this video turns out to be. And also, I heard that there are some YouTube shenanigans going on that apparently every single YouTuber needs to talk about, which is something stupid. And I personally, I do not see this as like, I do not know if I'm on the YouTuber side initially, at least on this, because from what I initially understood, the restricted mode applied to people that the AI algorithm thought were under 18. And you could easily turn it off immediately after. So, yeah. Happy Mushoku Monday. Oh my gosh, it is Monday, isn't it? It is Mushoku Monday. Yeah, so we're going to start off with something a bit more digestible. Something maybe not a bit more digestible. Maybe this isn't as digestible for most people as it is with Mushoku Tensei fans, but we'll see. I'm not going to eat that. Yeah. I'm already struggling to eat this one bite. All right. So initially there was a Trash Taste episode. Let me try to find it here. There was initially a Trash Taste episode talking about Mushoku Tensei. We can watch it now. Trash Taste Mushoku Tensei, where Connor Sea Dog expressed his thoughts on the end of season 2. Yeah, I thought it was really interesting. I thought he had a really interesting take about it, and how a lot of people like put differentiating factors between different parts of the Mushoku Tensei fan base. Like, oh, the Japanese side really likes Rudius and the American side doesn't like Rudius, and is it a cultural thing or something? And he says like that divide is like not too warranted. He feels like there's probably an equal amount of people who dislike Rudius on either side of the fan base, on either geological location. I'm not sure if I agree with that, but ultimately it doesn't really matter too much. But like, I'm not sure if I quite agree with that. I think if you're going to confront Rudius as a character from an outside perspective, from not watching the show, I feel like a lot more Americans or people in the Western audience who haven't watched Mushoku Tensei are more willing to criticize the existence of a character like Rudius over an outsider in Japan, because I feel like Japanese culture has normalized a lot of the behavior that Rudius does, which is not a good thing, personally. Not a good thing from my perspective, but I think as a side effect, there is more disdain from the American audience. But that's pure speculation. Let's go into this a little bit.
That's such a plot twist. Out of all the shows you chose.
Oh, for sure. I 100% here, 100%. I did not expect them to talk about Mushoku Tensei at all. Like, ever for the rest of this podcast's life, dude.
Mushoku Tensei season
Hell no.
2.
Well, season 3's coming, right?
Yeah.
And I thought, I felt like I had been led astray with what people had told me about 2. Everyone called it erectile dysfunction arc.
Yep.
And I was like, I don't want to watch that.
I mean,
sounds
it is
lame.
accurate.
It is accurate, but it is not a good. It is not a good pitch. I'd say it's more of a character piece, but yeah, I think it would have been better if people just didn't talk about the ED stuff when pitching it to outside. But it's a meme. It's a great meme. It's a fantastic meme, and I love the meme to death. But
But
I could see its
But
negatives.
then I feel like but then I don't know what happened. I was looking for something to watch on the way back, and I thought, if you'd have told me what season 1 was from like a 2-line basis, I wouldn't have watched that shit either. But I watched it, and I thought, okay,
yeah,
this was worth watching.
Yeah.
And so I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna download it all, and I'll watch it on the way back.
Great investment here. Great investment. He sees season 3 coming out. He sees the hype that season 3 is going to have. And he's like, all right, I'm going to invest. I enjoyed season 1. Let's go into season 2. And honestly, binging season 2 is a great experience. I tried binging season 2 with my brother not too long ago. And the entire experience was like really... It flowed well. It flowed well, especially the first half. Like, people complain about the pacing in the first half. I feel like if you're able to watch it all, like, whenever you want, the pacing feels a lot better. In my opinion, honestly, that's the case.
And I enjoyed it.
Tends to be the case with most slow
yeah.
shows.
I didn't start season 2 because of that exact reason.
Let's go.
I think if you
Hold on.
whatever,
Let me go back.
on the way back. This was worth watching.
Yeah.
And so I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna download it all, and I'll watch it on the way back. And I enjoyed it a lot.
Oh fuck yeah.
I didn't start season 2 because of that exact reason.
Oh, he's referring to the ED stuff. Okay.
go.
I thought there was something I missed there.
Whatever, because if I'd have told you that season 1 is about a guy who is born as a child and is a perv, you'd be like, I don't want to watch that shit.
I mean, I did watch season 1 and I was like, yeah, this is fine.
Yeah.
But then when I heard
Your volume's perfect, but the trash taste is half volume and hard to hear. Fair enough. Let me raise it up a bit. For me, my hearing's like pretty damn sensitive, so like I usually have everything turned down automatically. So, yeah.
people around me were like, "Yo, season 2 is all about erectile dysfunction." I'm like,
I mean,
you're not selling me on this
He
at all.
solves it like episode 7.
Yeah.
Like it's.
I mean, it's still like, no, he solves it episode 12.
Is it 12?
It is 12. So there's a big thing that happens.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
And it's like,
he's
And it's not his cock.
Oh man.
look,
It was only like
It stops becoming like the main problem of the show like around episode 4. After they stopped adapting volume 7, it's kind of stopped. It kind of petered out a bit. Yeah.
a big point of the episode for like 2 episodes, and then it's on the back burner.
I just
Brought to you by
I guess like it's weird. You can't talk about this out of context without just sounding like the biggest fucking degenerate or watching like the weirdest shit. Because this emotion, like the climax, like the half season climax of Mushoku Tensei season 2. Is Rudy boning a girl?
The climax is that
if you think about it, right?
the climax is that he climaxes.
Yeah, the climax.
Isn't the proposal really? It kind of is like an end credit thing for sure. Nah. Actually, they're right here. There is like build up to that specific scene, and you weren't really. They weren't really like hinting towards like a proposal until like it happened. So like it was yeah. That was that yeah. The climax was the climax. Sure.
He climaxes, but
Fair enough.
It's so like it's so hard to talk about because I actually defend the erectile dysfunction arc a lot because
I think it's great.
Let me check my own audio here. I'm going to check my own audio here. Climax was the climax. Sure.
He climaxes, but
Fair enough.
It's so like it's so hard to.
Yeah. Okay. Good job on saying that the volume was low, because the mixing's good now.
I was like, this is watching it. Haha. Okay, erectile dysfunction.
This is extremely loud to me, but Like, I gotta make sure, like, because like it's honestly like disorienting sometimes how like low of a volume I'm used to.
blah 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 meme stuff, and then you look at how it handles it, and they treat it 100% seriously. You know,
Mhm.
it is like a big part
It is refreshing.
of his character arc when it comes to him dealing.
Okay,
with
so
depression.
far there aren't really any like hot takes here. They're kind of just like giving their general thoughts on the entire season as a whole. It isn't until they talk about the end of season 2 is like where the actually interesting discussion happens. And I'm going to like
And I was just like,
make sure I'm not
after you
don't
get
miss
over that
anything.
initial
So
hump
here you go.
where it's just like laughing at a meme, I guess, an anime meme, it more becomes, I actually really respect the decision to go in this direction to explore a topic that,
See, I wish someone had fucking initially sold it to me like this.
yeah,
Because this actually sounds entirely.
It's because you don't give them the time of day. Any fucking Mushoku Tensei fan would have pitched it like this, but whatever, it's fine.
yeah,
You know?
Yeah, I mean, could you imagine any show that would be willing to take this on?
yeah.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I can't think of many anime that would.
I mean,
that
the
would
only
have
ones that
the-
would be like fucking itchy or harem shows and then make a fucking mockery out of it, right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
Right? It would be the butt of a joke. It
Yeah.
wouldn't be like, and I guess maybe which is like, this is like another thing where it's like, maybe I think like, I'm like, damn.
And sometimes Mushoku Tensei gets a bit too far out there with the topics it tries to cover. The new volume that's about to release, the new redundancy volume that's about to release, it covers a specific topic that I personally am not too fond with. I'm not too fond of at all. I think you overstepped your boundaries there, author. I think you overstepped your boundaries there, with what you did with Aisha at the end of this series. But we're kind of right now. We're in good times right now. We're in good times. Okay.
And that's so brave. If they, they're like, okay, they're doing a whole show about like a guy with
I just
erectile
realized
dysfunction,
that
and
this
as a
thing's
guy,
not
I can
picking
be
up the
like,
full screen there.
yeah,
No.
that sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, what if it was? I don't know. What if the roles were reversed? It was about a woman with like menstrual pains. I'm
Right.
like, would anime viewers be slightly more willing to give it a shot? I think less, probably.
I think
Like,
less,
Which is
yeah.
like, I'm like, damn. I feel like we're not quite there yet. Where that could probably be.
Because most of the audience is male. That's why most of the audience is male, and they're not. That's the reason.
Like a
What's
thing in
up,
a show.
indeed?
Not that
Doing good.
that should be a thing, but I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I
Yeah.
feel like it is a uniquely guy thing
Totally.
to be able to have the perspective. But
Yeah,
I also
I don't know.
But I think the way that
like,
the show handles it,
Yeah.
I think it's not about the dick or being a guy.
yeah,
Like it's about
All
I
the
mean,
circumstances around it.
yeah.
yeah, it's
Right.
about where he's at in life.
It's about trust in other people. That was the main thing. It was kind of like they kind of tried it they kind of like deemed this entire arc around like a reflection of his trust in having an intimate relationship. It wasn't necessarily about like hormones or anything like that, or him not being attracted to stuff. It was, or it's not. It's more so about his relationship with people. It's not in his. It's more so about his relationship with people and his trust in people. That was really what this whole thing was reflective of. It's not necessarily like he can't get horny or whatever. That's not the main conflict. That was not the reason per se. And I thought that was a good reason. I thought that was a really good plot point in the show. Aisha had to happen for karmic justice. Rudy had to feel what Earth 3's big bro feel. But oh my gosh, no.
It's a
Right,
product of his emotions.
We don't talk
It just so
about
happens
that.
that
Stop.
it is a thing that only guys can experience.
Yeah.
For sure.
And I think is a uniquely
Listen, we don't talk about pre-isekai Rudy in the light novel or the web novel. We don't talk about him. We don't. It's perfectly fine to ignore that glaring start. But okay.
and I think it's smart that they use that because it is a uniquely vulnerable thing that I think a lot of guys no matter how macho you are, would be self-conscious about if
Totally.
that was something that you experienced.
So
you
now
know?
what I'm expecting from season 3 is that Rudy goes through male pattern baldness, and then we go through a character arc of
Unfortunately,
that.
his dad, phenomenal lock of hair. Phenomenal hair.
Yeah. This is getting to the meme side of things with the fan base. I don't know if I like that joke.
Line.
Shit.
Phenomenal hair.
Maybe-
line.
that would
in
be
his
even more
previous life.
tragic.
Maybe in his previous life.
What is
Yeah.
what is the in-world turkey? Like he's hitting up the, he's like he comes back with the bandages on the EasyJet flight. No, but I really enjoyed it. You know, it's a funny thing because I think as I had more time, one thing that I think I have experienced more over time now is that I have thought about shows more that I watched a very long time ago and had my mind changed just in time.
Yeah.
But no, like not like changing how I think or trying to think differently about it. I just think about a show and I remember I now
You think more about it, and then you start reflecting on the themes a bit more, and therefore it starts grabbing your interest a bit more. Yeah, that's kind of how these things work.
I feel differently than when I thought
Well,
about
yeah,
it
opinions
initially.
change all the time. Yeah.
But I feel like this is a rare thing to do online. This is the thing I
Yeah.
never see discussed.
And it is changing how you think, admittedly enough. At least how you think about a show and how it covers certain themes. It 100%. If you're thinking like, if you still think like this show's too like graphic or too, it covers. If you think a show's too horny, I'll say it at that. If you think a show's too much of that, but you're able to overlook that and value the other pieces of the art more, that is how you are changing how you think about a show, at least just in regards to that. Maybe not your values or anything like that, but I'm just saying, like, you're thinking about it more, and therefore your thoughts about it change.
Because then you'd be called a backpedaler or oh, you're a hypocrite, and it's like
Like,
no.
I've changed my mind about so many shows in my just like YouTube career.
Yeah.
And there's no
Is there a show that I actually like changed my mind about significantly? Maybe if I went back to Evangelion, I'd think about the show a bit differently, but like, I don't know. I hate that shit. And when I watched that, I hated it. I thought it was way too freaking artsy, but maybe if I went, that's one of like the contenders. Like that would probably be something if I went back to, I'd probably change my thoughts about it. Anything else? I mean, I started disliking certain shows more. For example, like Bunny Girl Senpai, I started to dislike more as like they tend to repeat the same tropes as the show's been going on. People hyped up the movie to be insanely good. Then I watched and I was like, this is just everything nice. Like it's like nothing goes wrong. Nothing goes wrong. No matter how bad all the buildup was, nothing goes wrong. I'm like, gosh dang it. It's like the same thing as ReZero Season 2. It's like no consequences. It's like great. Freaking fantastic. The literary challenge is far down. Can the season go before they are irredeemable? Earth 3 never harmed anyone but himself. True. And I think in that sense, Rudius is a redeemable character. Some people think he's not redeemable at all. I think he is. He didn't do anything necessarily like illegal or anything like that. It is 100% a personal issue that he does not take like too outwardly on people. Now, did it hurt other people's feelings? For sure, 100%. Did his actions hurt other people and their emotions? Yeah, for sure. But he didn't like threaten it. He didn't pull what happened last week. Let's just say that he wasn't like insane. Like he wasn't like an insane lunatic. How did season 2 end? I didn't watch it. It ended with Rudius. Spoilers, but I'm pretty sure you don't care since you're asking. It ended with the Rudius and like Paul, his father or whatever, and Paul's friends or his entire crew going into a labyrinth trying to save like his mother from like being stuck in a labyrinth ever since the teleportation incident. And they found her in a crystal. They beat up the Hydra that was like in front of it. In the middle of the fight, Paul dies, the father dies, and is later. Rudius falls into a depression, but they saved Zenith. They saved the mother, so like they bring her back, and Zenith is then wakes up, and we realize that she's basically a vegetable, and Rudius crashes even more. And to bring him out of that depression, Roxy comes in, has sex with him, even though he's already married at this point with Sylphie. Has sex with him. Eventually, and Rudy just talks about his emotions and all that, grieving over his past life's parents as well. Then, and then raises him out of that rut as a result. As he heads back home to Sylphie and like the rest of his family at the time, he says that he wants to marry Roxy. Norn's very upset about that, but Sylphie ultimately agrees and says it's fine and whatever. And they continue grieving over Paul. That's basically it. The problem with the West is they want to, a lot of stuff happens. A lot of controversial stuff happens too. And yeah, you can argue about the delivery of it. I definitely argue about the delivery of certain scenes, not the ones you'd expect, but like the subtle choices here and there that really throw me off about the entire show. Or not the entire show, but just that part of the show, that entire season, I should say. So yeah, it's problem with the West is they want to cancel people without looking into what gets them in trouble. The West is just it's like an entirely different mindset in regards to like judging of other people. It's not necessarily like judging what is like illegal or not, because admittedly people get canceled for like stuff that is like not illegal at all. It's just like a personal grievance. Like for example, someone can be like extremely religious or something like that and they get canceled for that sort of deal. That thing happened. That I'm pretty sure that happens like a decent bit, but yeah, I think like the way the West values like art and the way the West judges art is significantly different. And if you're not a fan of the show, you're going to look at Rudius at a surface level and judge it differently. We'll get into that as like Connor talks about it. But
comments always remember because there's
a clip of you
saying it.
Yeah, exactly.
This you, bro?
Yeah,
but
you
like
said this?
you didn't say this 7 years ago, and it's like, bro, 7
Whereas
years
you
ago.
would never have this discussion with a friend. Like you would never do this with a friend. You'd be like, well, 7 years ago you said you like doing this. What's changed? And it's like obviously between friends you would understand, but for some reason online because it's immortalized in a clip. It feels like,
yeah.
So I understand. Sorry, go
Yeah.
ahead.
And on the opposite spectrum, if you end up liking every show, then sometimes people were just like, he's like paid off or something.
He's
because,
dick riding.
Yeah. He just likes, he's just a hype man.
Yeah.
You know, there is unfortunately no winning. So you
But
can
then if
only
you
just
hate every...
And Connor's initial reason for not liking Mushoku Tensei, completely valid, by the way. People can't stomach like the things that Rudy does and like Rudy's behavior in the first season, and they're completely put off by it, and they can't really follow a main character like that. If you can't handle that, totally fine. I understand your reason for not watching the rest of it. That's why That's why it's not one of like the. It may be my favorite show. It may be my favorite series, but it's not something I just recommend to random people. You gotta be like pretty like decently into like the space and like decently knowledgeable enough about the medium in order to like be able to stomach some of the stuff that Rudy does in the beginning of the show and even later on in the show. So yeah, I completely understand Connor wouldn't have liked it, but his change in view is interesting.
Thing that is be like, oh, then why are you even talking about it?
Yeah.
So there's no winning.
There is literally no winning. So the best.
I feel like they're yelling at a wall here in regards to the people who did not like that he's changing his view on the show. I'm totally fine with it. Let's jump ahead.
And mainly, you know why? Because I don't know why I was getting recommended this. I would always get fucking recommended the Mushoku Tensei Reddit. On my Reddit.
Which one? It's probably the basic one. It's probably the one that's just spelled out Mushoku Tensei and not Six-Faced World. Unfortunately. But, I mean, there's still some good discussion that happens on the basic subreddit, so, whatever. Go follow r/6faceworld. That's a really good subreddit that I enjoy a decent bit. There's some good fan art over there. There's some good memes, good discussions happen over there. I mean, some of it's like quoted from Mushoku Tensei's normal Reddit, but like the normal Mushoku Tensei Reddit, I feel like they moderate, like there's like a lack of moderation, and there can be some questionable stuff that happens there sometimes. I don't think since like the show hasn't like had much news or much new like stuff happening to it, I think it's a bit toned down right now, so I don't think that's okay. Good art. But yeah, I think as of late it's fine, but at the height of the show there were some weird stuff. If you're well versed into the show, go to r/6faceworld. It's so much better. Where is it? Yeah, there you go.
So I get recommended the movie. So I do not know.
What is the algorithm?
I do not know how, because I also got, it is the weird, I got recommended
I don't care about this.
r/burgers. Why am I getting recommended?
I don't care about this.
What is that? Would fuck with Rudy as a character.
Totally.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of like, why do the Japanese like Rudy and the Western people don't like Rudy?
And let's
Reddit, and it was, and I clicked on it because they were arguing
Here we
about
go.
obviously
talking about the thing that I was talking about earlier.
Things that anime fans will discuss to the end of time, and one of them is Rudy. That I think like there is a sticking point of like they were like it was framed in such a facetious way of like, why do the Japanese like Rudy and the Western people don't like Rudy? And I'm like, I don't think like it is that simple. I think there are a lot of people in Japan who might not fuck with Rudy, and there are a lot of fans in Japan who would fuck with Rudy as a character.
This is the freaking framing. It's not. It's like this. There's layers to this freaking argument, dude. There are, dude. Like this is like a valid concern, right? Like, I feel like there's a lot more disdain when you introduce like a character like Rudius to an outsider in the West versus someone who is well versed into anime and the subculture like most people are who watch anime in Japan. I feel like if you show this to any shonen bro, they're gonna digest it about as well as shonen bros in Japan, but I feel like there's probably less shonen bros in Japan. At least percentage wise. I feel like that's the main freaking argument here. I feel like that's the main argument here. I don't. Is it cultural? Kinda, maybe. But like. Because, for example, like, there's a reason why you see a bunch of like lolly shit in like random like trigger anime and how they're very reluctant to remove Rebecca from Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Like, I think people from Netflix were like, why do you want to include this character so much? Why do you want a lolly character or a chibi lolly character in your show? It's like, no, we want it. It's like, I think that fascination makes like some of like the weird jokes in Mushoku Tensei just fly for most Japanese viewers. I feel like that cultural thing is like another aspect, right? It's a combination of factors. I think this framing that American viewers are have the same proportions of audiences as Japanese viewers. I think that is extremely disingenuous. Now, I think the framing of just like just saying like, "Oh, American viewers just don't understand Rudius," I think that framing's also a bit disingenuous too. I feel like anyone who's decently well versed in the series will likely understand Rudius as a character, why he's there. But yeah, I think media literacy in the West is, in regards to this specific like aspect of pop culture, is way less saturated, is way less like spread out than it is in Japan, just because of how long the medium's been existing there, basically. So yeah,
Totally.
Yeah.
bad take here,
I
in
think
my opinion. But it's not what I post about in the Reddit post, but like I think there's valid like frustrations here.
like my stance on it is that Rudy is just, whether you like him or hate him, he's a interesting character.
Yeah, and that's the kind of why I went back to it, is because
Yeah.
I was reading these people arguing, and I was like, my God, it's like, again, they've decided a thing. Every single person, not every single person. There were some people who were trying to maybe explain a bit more of the nuance, but
Yeah.
they'd seen a thing and decided this bad.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, I think yeah, Rudy has done a lot of shitty things, but it's also about like how do you change as a person when you've done so many like unforgivable things, and you're given this new slate? Is it right? I don't know.
Yeah.
But what do you do if you were in this situation and you have these personality things you want to change? And I think that's why I was like, you know what, I do want to watch season 2.
Yeah.
Because I do want to actually see how this goes.
Also, I feel a lot of people don't understand that like it's a piece of fiction and they're trying to tell an interesting story, and sometimes you're gonna have characters that you don't necessarily think are good people.
I also
It
think
doesn't
like,
mean they're bad.
This is in real life too, bro. Art reflects real life. It tries to reflect themes and ideas that you might want to portray, that the author might want to deliver out and have people digest in the real world. Having someone like Rudius in fiction, while it is a fictional character, the lessons that you learn from watching a series like that are supposed to, at least the author's intent is that it would be reflected in your thought process in real life. Basically, like the same level of forgiveness or the same amount of like skepticism when judging another person's character you apply in the real world, basically, is very similar. Now, maybe not to like the same degrees. Like, for example, like there could be like psychological like there could be like psychopath murderers in like random ass shows, and like the show tries to like explain their thought process and stuff. You're not supposed to like really like forgive that character. That's not like the same purpose here, but it's obvious in Mushoku Tensei that that's the reason for really portraying Rudius as the person that he is. It's nothing that he does is necessarily illegal, or like nothing that he does is necessarily like damaging to others, as said earlier in chat, but it is very, very frowned upon, the stuff that he does. And the author tries to portray like Rudius as a sympathetic character, to be able to see like there are always good in people. You're able to you should always be able to see the good in pieces of shit. So yeah. And it is up to you whether or not to forgive them. Obviously, a ton of people in this show mostly see Rudius for his good qualities and less so his bad, so they tend to forgive him. But it's like the author's trying to open you up to that idea, at the very least. Having that disconnect, saying like, oh, it's just a fictional character, this is just supposed to be an interesting story to witness, it's like, that's a very like, you're disconnecting yourself from the art, you're disconnecting yourself from the author's message, and like at that point it's like, I don't know if I agree.
Bad characters though.
Yeah, and I think like, sorry, I keep saying like. I think when you watch Rudy do something kind of deplorable, it is good that you feel that way.
Yeah.
Like, that is your reaction.
It's better
Like,
to have
that's
any
good.
emotional
That's intentional. That,
reaction to it,
that gut feeling is intentional.
but then just nothing.
But I don't think watching Rudy do these things is also an endorsement of Rudy, because the show at times also is like showing you, I think, why it is not working for Rudy.
Right,
And why the
right.
people around him feel like he's a creep or disgusting.
Yeah.
So I think
Like people think he's a fucking real person or something. And
Yeah,
it's like,
and
he's
I
a fictional
really-
character.
in the first season I really struggled because I really didn't like watching Rudy.
Right.
Because I felt like Rudy in season 1 is really hard to watch.
Yeah.
People can look at a piece of art, look at the themes it's trying, look at the lessons it's trying to deliver, look at the themes it's trying to portray, and they can heavily disagree with those, like, with those themes, with those ideas. And I completely understand people doing that. And it's not just like, oh, Rudy is a fictional character, like, stop taking it so seriously. No, it's not just that. It's the message and the level of forgiveness that the author tries to portray through a character like Rudius. And if people don't agree with that, if people outright like, bro, like this is like way too much. Like, no, you're saying this guy's like redeemable, or you should be able to forgive him or overlook the bad stuff they did. It's like, if you don't vibe with that, I understand you dropping the show. 100%.
Yeah, he
I
was.
really didn't like watching it.
Yeah.
And there's a other couple of choices that maybe the show made that maybe also made it harder to watch. Like the fact that like in season 1, there's a lot of interaction between him and younger people, which it's just hard to get over. Like I think that's fair.
Yeah.
But I
That's Japan being Japan. Honestly, I don't vibe with it either, but it's Japan. I don't understand them.
still don't think that you can write it off and be like, there's nothing interesting being said here. And I think season 2 solidified for me that I was like, yeah, I think I really like what the show is trying to disseminate and try to explore. Yeah, because especially like season 2 is so slow. Like it spends so much time on Rudy and friends and like his interactions with other people, which I think is really needed.
Yeah.
I think it would.
I would say so, because even though people memed on the erectile dysfunction arc, my least favorite part of season 2 was actually the ending.
The spice begins now, boys. This is where the spice is. This is where the fucking spice is. Ooh, there's so many, dude. So many people disagree with me on this shit. Oh fuck, I can't wait. Okay,
Of season 2.
Yes.
Because
actually,
for like the severity of some of the life decisions Rudy decides to make, it seemed like erectile dysfunction fucking loved how deep that exploration was in terms of like the emotional side of things. At the end of season 2, he makes some pretty big life-changing decisions.
cheating on his wife, marrying another girl, polygamy, that type of stuff. It's very, very controversial, and maybe the delivery wasn't that good. According to most people, the light novel did it better. We can look down in the comments to see that. Let me control F, light novel. Person reading the light novels for the first time. The light novel is always going to give more detail, but to me it was a shame what they skipped and how my extra characters from the extra content. Okay, complaining about the extra content being missed in the anime is a common trend. I see this debate I see this topic brought up a lot. The light novel did it way better. What else? The light novel further enforces the idea to me. Okay, someone actually agrees with me here. But like a lot of people specifically in the subreddit believe that the light novel did this part of the show a lot better, portrayed it a lot better, made the characters more sympathetic, made the characters like actions be more understandable, and yeah, we'll get into it.
One or two things I was like, huh?
Like kind of get wrapped up almost immediately in like a episode or two.
Like it was rushed?
With almost minimal conflict.
Right.
And I was like,
there's one big thing that happens at the end.
Specifically, minimal conflict. Minimal conflict. Yes.
Yeah.
I think
This does not change in the light novel. I do not. I think is you are approached with about as little conflict in the light novel as you are in the anime. The aftermath of all that cheating stuff and all that is done the same in the anime as it is in the light novel. People tend to think that Roxy having sex with Rudius is like the main thing, the main point of conflict for anime onlys. And that is arguably better in the light novel. Arguably, I think some things were done better in the anime, but arguably can be said that it's done better in the light novel. But the main concern is the aftermath, is how everyone reacts to this whole thing and how small of a deal it is portrayed to be. Now I understand about like the freaking like the worldview of many people in that show. It doesn't match like the Millis continent or whatever, the Millis style of beliefs in that world. It's like polygamy is like totally fine or whatever. That's not the fucking point though. We established, or people claim to be against polygamy, but they get married and divorced 3 to 5 times. That's just serial polygamy. I agree with you, but people's moral standards are fucking whack sometimes. I don't understand them. Anyway, people just don't like to commit. I'm one to talk. I don't know. I don't know anything about that stuff. But like you understand. Like anyway, back to this. Fuck, man. The entire point. The entire point is that we go in. Rudius cheats on Sylphie, but before that, Rudius like commits, makes a promise to Sylphie in the beginning of this half of the season, right? The very beginning of this half of the season, Rudius says to Sylphie, "I'll always be with you," sort of deal. I'm going to fully commit to you, and nothing's gonna like separate us. Basically, nothing. Lies. Deceit, garbage. Fuck you, Rudy. What the fuck? And there's little to no pushback from Sylphie on this. She kind of just like, kind of expected this from you, honestly. I kind of expected you to be freaking like giving me half truths in that specific scenario, but she wants to be with him and kind of just forgives him at the end of the day. It's whatever. I don't even think she really ultimately forgives him because she doesn't even really find it that big of a deal. It's just the minimal conflict. Minimal conflict. That freaking term. Minimal conflict. It is consistent among both the light novel and the anime. And people think that the missing content in the light novel would have made the anime better. No, it would not have. That is not the main critique that people have with the anime. That is not the main critique. That is not how... They are not complaining about freaking how Roxy's character was like really like handled. It was more of a reaction to her actions. It is like more of a reaction to what she did. That stuff is what made the entire end of the season feel off. And it's the same in the light novel. I do not understand these people saying that the light novel did it way better. Maybe they characterized Roxy better. Maybe they executed certain scenes better. And I agree with you. The talk after they had sex and all that stuff about him talking about his previous experience in his past life is a good scene. They should have left it in. They didn't. Severe downgrade in that sense, but I don't think that would have fixed this issue. Let's go back to here.
We spoke to Gon about it, and I was like, "Yeah, I don't know about that." I think anyone who's seen it, you'll probably know. You're like,
He made that promise with post-nut clarity. Facing the reality of being bricked up for months is another matter. That's like the same type of excuse as like people make for cheating. And I find that like severely morally questionable. And the fact that there is very little reaction from that is like, one, it's unrelatable in that sense. And is it supposed to be relatable? I don't think so. But it does leave a distaste in people's mouths when they watch it. And that does affect the whole thing. Hold up. Give me a second. Where do I... Trying to find that scene after like not... Trying to find that I'll be right back scene after like a few months of not streaming is very difficult when I have like 10 different scenes to choose from, and they're all the names of each scene are like very... They don't match at all what they are. Like, for example, like the scene I'm currently on right now, like the reacting sort of setup, it's titled episode discussion. It does not, and that idle screen is called scene 2. I need to reorganize this stream, bro. It's scuffed. It's so scuffed. It's so bad. Anyway.
I don't know about this one.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And it's not like I think it was like bad plot progression. It was just something. It was the first time
two
when I saw
episodes, yeah.
Mushoku Tensei.
See, even Garnt doesn't even have an issue with like the cheating itself. It's the way it was handled afterwards. Yeah. Completely understand. You gotta take like a freaking one of the things that enhanced season 1 a lot was like season 1 of the anime versus like volume 6 of the light novel was the final episode of season 1, and how that helped characterize Rudius's like mental state at the time. It added a lot, and it blended seamlessly with what happens in season 2. Adding that helps. Adding content to the existing source material helps a lot, because I don't think that this series is perfect. I don't. I feel like there could be some improvements, but if you're too scared to add more, I understand, but like yo, what's up?
Explore like a topic that isn't normally explored in such a realistic manner, and it kind of just all get wrapped up and moved on to the next thing almost immediately.
Yeah, because the setup
Like
was,
it wasn't explored further enough.
Yeah.
there was a setup, and I think it was something that was, I think, so imperative to the story and the character of Rudy that I think it needed like 3 or 4 more episodes.
Yeah.
Right.
The setup as well, I think, could have been an additional episode would help, because I think they had set it up so well across the entire, and I sorry to people who haven't watched it. I know, like,
Don't worry, that is not us.
It is so interesting. Please watch the show. I think it's actually really interesting. Like it is.
It is very interesting.
I think it's so interesting because I've never seen an anime handle something like this in the way that it did. And I think because obviously there's a lot of characters, and I think the show has done really well at introducing characters, giving them their time.
Yeah.
Cheating and
and use
polygamy
the journey and where they're at.
I
in
think
life.
I think I see a few like random fantasy shows that like try to like include like multiple wives with like a self-insert-y character. I think I'm seeing that a few times now, but obviously it's not nearly as in depth or nearly as analytical as how Mushoku Tensei handles it. Yeah, it's definitely not the same.
to really tell the story.
Mm.
And so it's really cool then when they introduce older characters to new characters and dynamics and how that all functions and how Rudy now changes his perspective because he's still quite juvenile in some aspects of his thinking.
He is.
And so, I think it kind of painted him in the way of, I found him as a character, he's not very good. And I think a lot of people are like this, where when something or someone is not immediately in your life, it's really hard to consider that impact on your life and how it's going to interact with then if they come back in and how that's going to, you're like, oh.
Yeah, and Sylphie's reaction to that, while nice, a little lackluster. Should have been a little bit of pushback. A little. It's like, Roxy, so you knew Rudius was married before you had sex with him? Like, I'm gonna talk with Rudius about this, but like, what the fuck? You just wanted to help him out? Okay, sure. Alright. Understandable. Welcome to the family, but let's just say I'm not gonna like cook meals for you for a bit. Like there's like there should be some pushback, bro. Like she just handled it like a saint. I'm like, how? How, Sway? How? Yeah, it will be at least one harem anime a season, but the waifus are treated like trading cards and not people. Yeah, for sure. And like the emotional depth that like each character is handled with in Mushoku Tensei is already at an extreme level that you don't even see if there's only like two characters mainly involved in like any relationship in the show. It's like it's way more in depth. I feel like the way they handle romance in Mushoku Tensei is done way better than most slice of life shows where that's like the main focus. Like it's crazy.
Oh, but you had a relationship like this with them, but now you need to change certain things because you've already got these relationships established and that needs to change. And I think that was really interesting and that could have been given a bit more time, I think, in season 3. Sorry, I'm ranting. I just thought it was really, really interesting. Like I really liked what they were trying to do. And I think it is so worth watching.
Okay. I think it's a rarity, especially in the anime world, that a series gets time to explore these certain topics and breathe without having to go through the next big turning point or the next big piece of plot progression.
Okay.
Because I think when I see discussions about
incorrect. This was basically a severe step in plot progression. Like you see it with like this entire second half of the part of the core, basically, because like it all, admittedly, Turning Point 3 begins with the letter Rudius receives and is in turn separated from Sylphie, right? And he goes on this entire labyrinth mission. I basically treat this entire situation as Turning Point 3. This entire thing is like a huge point in plot progression because admittedly, a relationship between characters are a big point, are a big aspect of Mushoku Tensei's plot. So just saying like in terms of lore progression, yeah, I guess. But right now we're at the stage of Mushoku Tensei where there's no real clear villain, right? Where there's no like a real goal that we're aiming towards or anything like that. We're at this weird middle ground. And if he's talking about like that weird middle ground where like plot progression where like characterization and like relationship development happens as that being like a rarity, sure, but when you're talking, but this goes for like movies, this goes for shows, like big parts of the plot happen when relationships between characters change. And like you can't just say, like, you can't just undermine that as not a turning point. This entire freaking relationship with Roxy and all that stuff, I consider that to be a pretty big part of the plot. And it's kind of, if you skip that in your summary of the entire series, like that's like crazy to me. So if you're talking about like action and like big lore aspects, like big establishing a big bad, or like yeah, establishing a big bad, then yeah, this isn't it. This isn't in that sense plot progression, but like this isn't filler, or like this is significant enough to be considered a turning point, basically.
Rudy, you know, it's so interesting because I see that as a sign of like what Mushoku Tensei is doing right, whether people like Rudy or not, because people have this kind of reaction because as a character, a lot of characters in this show, they feel really real, right? So when you watch Rudy do some kind of deplorable acts, I emotionally, it can make you feel like even more like icky than watching fucking Frieza like fucking destroy a planet.
Oh, dude,
like
hell
that.
yeah! Like I feel way worse about some of the decisions Rudy chose.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
had to like pause it and be like,
yeah,
dude,
yeah,
oh man,
yeah, and
going back to my point earlier about it's meant to feel, these characters are meant to feel real because the author wants you to take the lessons from this show and apply them to he wants the audience to take the lessons that come up in this show and like take the experience that's brought up in this show and try to apply that in real life, whether it's like having more being able to like analyze people's character in a certain with nuance, being able to be more forgiving of people if they aren't like hurting anyone else personally or aren't doing anything like detrimental to other human beings. They are just hurting themselves. Recognizing when someone needs help and needs like intervention, stuff like that. And like you take those lessons from the show because of how these characters feel so real. So when Joey said earlier, like it's a fictional character, like stop taking it so seriously, that ruins the point of the entire series. I feel.
I think one thing that I always respect about Mushoku Tensei is that, you know, some people can take, this is kind of like you're seeing Rudy learn from his mistakes and you're seeing Rudy, you know, progress as a character. And some people look at Rudy and feel like he's so real that they don't think he's worth redemption. You know, and that's kind of why they don't gel with the series, because they cannot invest themselves in Rudy as a character.
Right.
Because he almost feels a bit too real. But what I respect about Mushoku Tensei is that it's exploring a topic that it's not exactly like taboo, but it's certainly on that line of just like, ooh,
contentious.
Yeah. It's like erectile dysfunction, for example. It's exploring topics that people don't normally feel comfortable talking about or exploring. And this series is always a series that has no problem exploring topics like this and bringing in new light. And it might make you feel uncomfortable in certain aspects, but that is part of the Mushoku Tensei experience for me, and that's why it is one of my favorite like modern.
I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I love well-written fiction that makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah,
especially if it's done well.
I still don't really
I don't have anything
too much
against that.
You like shows that make you uncomfortable, but you don't really want to. When they get too uncomfortable, you're able to establish a disconnect. I mean, that's healthy in a sense, but like undermines the purpose of such reality hitting you in some of these pieces of art. I don't like some of Joey's takes sometimes. It's not they're not all that. They're not all that.
Yeah.
I don't really like.
I'm not gonna be
No,
like
I-
Rudy's
I-
my.
I-
I'm not gonna be like
I-
Rudy's my favorite character.
No,
but, like,
I still don't fuck with Rudy.
And so because I know people will be like, "What the fuck?" And it's like, no, like he's still done a lot of shitty things. But I think if you then don't allow yourself to like watch media like this and just have a discussion or thought about it, I think
Yeah.
you're robbing
Yeah.
yourself of a lot of really interesting
Totally.
nuanced topics
Yeah.
that can be discussed. And
yeah,
I think
okay,
it's
totally.
all whatever the fuck aside, it's I think still one of the most interesting shows going on right now. I think anime-wise. It's still like the fact that we're
100%
talking
agree.
about
The most interesting. Sorry, I got to correct you right there.
it. Like I
Yeah.
can't fucking sit here and
Nah.
talk about the nuance of fucking
Completely
Shinwoo
subjective,
and
but yeah.
solo leveling. I don't fucking know anything. You know what I mean? I mean,
What is there to talk about?
You know what I mean? Like you say what
Anime tourism. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
you will. I mean, it's a cool show, but like it's just there's not the you
Well,
can't
that's,
really get
that's,
in the
that's,
weeds.
that's a different type of.
Yeah, that's a different genre.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's a different
I
genre.
know, but like I feel like it's such an interesting discussion to be
No,
had.
totally,
It's
totally.
the kind of thing where like if we were off camera, I'd be like 2-hour drinks, and I'd
Yeah.
be like,
Yeah,
you gotta
yeah.
fucking go
No,
in depth
totally.
about this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's
Well,
so
those are the
interesting.
shows that are going to be remembered.
I think so. I think it'll be a show that is it will occupy the space of people who have watched it. I
Yeah.
think for a long time,
Mm-hmm.
just because I think there's just so much
To
interesting.
be discussed. I mean,
that
that's,
to be
that's
discussed.
why a show like Evangelion.
Why
20
that's why the
years
Reddit's
like-
still going.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But then I hate it when I see the whole discussion of like I'm a Japanese media enjoyer. I belong with my fellow Japanese brethren who can understand and appreciate the nuances of root. And I'm like, shut the fuck up.
Okay, Clyde from Kansas.
Like, shut the fuck up.
You
man.
have no
You are
connection.
not like that is so fucking dumb of you to think that is how you can conduce
I've
this
watched
down.
1,000 anime, so
Yeah. They're not really talking about the topic anymore, so I'll get into it. So, the end of Mushoku Tensei Season 2. Was the light novel that much better? This was a post I brought up on r/6faceworld, one of the more popular Mushoku Tensei subreddits, and this was brought up because of when I first watched that clip of Trash Taste. So I'll read it out to you and pause when necessary, giving further clarification, and then we'll go into people's reactions to it. Because I'm right, they're wrong. Come on, let's be real. I am more right than anyone else in this community. This community is full of dumbasses, in case you couldn't tell. Horny dumbasses who sometimes take things in a very weird way. Let's get into that. Watching the recent Trash Taste episode and seeing the comments made me reflect on this part of the series. In the episode, Connor reflected on the final part of the season with discontent. He felt like there should have been more time spent addressing the controversial topics of the final episodes. Rudius cheating with Roxy and ultimately marrying her. I thought this was a decent take on what the anime presented, and then I looked at the comments and of the video and started to come across from a few fans that the light novel did it better. Yeah, it's a prevailing message in the community, and you see it in my freaking comments. I'm not freaking like portraying them like this is not like, oh, people online are saying this and I can't source anything. This isn't that. This is the light novel did it better. This is a prevailing thought, and you'll see it in the comments of this thread. I think the anime was rushed in the end and missed some major scenes that would have added important context behind Roxy's decision having sex with Rudius and his immediate recovery. Specifically, I'm referring to the bar scene and the moment Rudius reflects on his past life with Roxy. Both basically scenes back to back that they kind of just skipped out on, and like, yeah, those scenes would have made that particular episode better. I would agree with that. I believe adding those scenes would have improved that aspect of the season's ending. However, it would have not changed the uncomfortable tone that many fans felt and were supposed to feel. That's key there. I do not think that the main problem with the ending of season 2 would have been fixed with the inclusion of these scenes. Rudius was never portrayed as a morally good character, so seeing questionable actions done by him is unsurprising. But Roxy was just as morally questionable in these later episodes as Rudius. One notable change the anime made to reinforce this tone was making Roxy, rather than Rudius, the instigator of that sex scene. This sentence right here got me some pushback. Severe pushback. And I gotta say, when was the last time you read the light novel? Because I reread this part of the freaking light novel before I made this post. I reread it. This is what happens. If you don't think this is what happens, then yikes, bro. It's literally a physical thing. It's literally like a physical positioning situation. In the anime, Roxy was on top. Roxy was the one who pushed Rudius down and started the whole thing. In the light novel, that was Rudius. Now, Roxy was the person who was like, I'll do it if you want to, sort of thing. Like, but it was basically the person who flashed the green light at the end of the day in the light novel was Rudius. Not the case in the freaking light in the anime. The case in the anime, it was Rudius that made the final decision of green light, let's go. There was still hesitancy there from Rudius. There was still like a lack of enthusiasm. And that paints a morally gray picture. But in the anime, with Roxy's decision to flash the green light, to do everything, to start this whole exchange, to start this romantic relationship, she was the one who gave the okay and was the instigator, was the person that started this whole thing. That paints Roxy in a morally gray. It paints Roxy as a morally gray character, and paints her as a more interesting character. This made Rudius seem coerced into cheating instead of looking like a selfish idiot in the light novel, emphasizing Roxy's selfishness instead of Rudius's selfishness. Made the entire scenario feel more off-putting than other controversial scenes in the show. To do what they are asking, they would have to redo each episode as 52 minutes instead of 24. Subtle changes made because there's no time to address them. I'm rephrasing some of the stuff that you said at the end because I think there are just some grammatical mistakes, even though you know how to. Even though you use a semicolon, not many people do that. Congrats, by the way. You did have some grammatical mistakes, and I will shame you for it. No, just kidding. But yeah, yeah, I agree. Some of the inclusions here, the things that you need to do in order to like improve the anime, they have to be subtle like this, and I'll get into that. This decision added an extra layer of complexity to the scene that I felt puts great emphasis on the theme the series tries to portray: personal imperfection and the acceptance of human weakness. I think this is a perfect addition to the show, or perfect change to the show, that was small, did not add any time to what would otherwise be like a 1-for-1 adaptation of that particular scene. It would not have added any more time for them to just copy what the light novel did. But them doing this with Roxy enhanced the show, in my opinion. It enhanced the theme that reinforced the theme that they are trying to portray here. And if people don't agree that this is one of the themes of the show, this isn't the entire point of the series. This is just one of them. But if people disagree with this part, you severely misunderstand the entire point of this show. If you don't think personal imperfection and acceptance of human weakness is part of the reason the show exists, or part of the reason the author's writing this show to reinforce that theme, you're freaking crazy. Your media literacy's out the fucking window. I'm sorry, it's one of the main points. And honestly, Roxy being being even more morally gray than she was in the light novel made this so much better, because Rudius, we're used to seeing stuff like misbehavior from Rudius. We're used to having like Rudius being the green light in all of these freaking stupid ass decisions. It's like, well, what it's like when, for example, when Rudius like had sex with Eris in the beginning of the show, like the entire morality or morally gray parts was entirely on Rudius. It was entirely on Rudius. Like I think they say in the light novel, like Eris is like, oh man, I think I freaking manipulated Rudius into like having intimacy with me or whatever. Like, but we all know the dramatic irony of all of it is that we know that Rudius had more mental maturity than Eris. In that sense, it was Rudius that was responsible to like putting down that whole scene, or like the entire morally gray positioning of that scene was entirely on Rudius in that sense. And we're used to seeing Rudius like make really strange decisions, and deviating from that, putting that some of the blame on Roxy, more of the blame on Roxy, was genius in my opinion. It was small but genius. It didn't add any time, but it added a lot. So while I thought they could have added more time around the sex scene to provide the same depth the light novel delivered, I thought the anime's simple change added much needed complexity that I felt was missing. In my opinion, these two differences kind of balance each other out. My main problem lies in the proposal. Roxy morally gray don't make my goddess out to be some kind of demon, but she is. I know that's part of the joke. I don't think either version of Mushoku Tensei really handles this part well. In fact, I think the light novel handled this part a bit worse than the anime. Yeah, it's. So I have no issues with how, or I have a few issues, but they aren't my main concerns about the whole Roxy sex scene or whatever. It's the aftermath. And a lot of people in the comments seem to think I have a big issue with that entire half of my discussion. No, it's not it. That's not it. The differentiating gripe I have with the light novel lies in what Ellen Elise says to Rudius before he initially proposes to Roxy. Bro, when I reread this shit, oh, bro, it was so cringe. I didn't plan on saying this, but when we drank together in Bazaar, Roxy told me that her monthly visitor still hasn't come. Ellen Elise then directly confronts Rudius with the question and asks what he would do. Rudius then responds, "I'll marry her." Bro, this framing from Ellen Elise is freaking crazy. Like, okay. Did she just lie? I have no clue if she lied. They kind of made it like not very obvious in the light novel if she lied or not, that Roxy said that. But like, brother, that shit, posing that was extremely manipulative. Now, I'll get into it. That scene, bro, especially knowing Roxy wasn't pregnant at the time, left me hating Ellen Elise. That shit was really fucking manipulative. Holy shit. I'm kind of glad that the anime removed this segment, to be honest. Was it fine the moment I read it? Sure, if Roxy was actually pregnant. Looking back on it, it makes me cringe so hard. It's so true. Because we ultimately know that that's a fucking lie. Now, could this have happened because of like stress and shit? Yeah, but weren't they traveling for like 2 months? Like, brother, that's not how this shit works. Or at least I don't think so. Oh my gosh, dude. Guys, reveal the dude, IRL lore, guys. Can you guys explain? Can you guys explain? But dude, like, I feel like the author was planning on making this a thing in the original, like when he initially wrote this. But like, if that was the case, that would have been deleted from the freaking that would have been deleted from the light novel, because we already know from the web novel that he's not having kids with her anytime soon. So like, that shit was crazy. That dude, Ellen Elise, bro. That framing, bro. No. Why would Ellen Elise go to bat for Roxy like that? Why would she manipulate Rudius to that degree? This was the light novel's nail in the coffin for Rudius. The anime felt left with a way better note, having Rudius reflect on Paul's marriage for insight. Okay, this is part I need further clarification on. When I say nail in the coffin, this was the deciding factor with Rudius initially proposing to Roxy. This was the deciding factor. This was the thing that convinced him in the light novel. The potential that Roxy was pregnant at the time. What I love most about Ellen Elise is, as the party's tank, she is a master of aggro and in and out of combat. Oh jeez, bro. She's about to dude, the AoE taunt's working on me, bro. It's crazy. Dude, she's so aggro here. Holy. Anyway, the nail in the coffin in the light novel was this initial question proposed by Ellen Elise, saying what Rudius would do if Roxy's pregnant. And his immediate response is that I'll marry her. That right there was the deciding factor. It shouldn't be. The way the anime did it was way better, because he instead reflected on Paul's like life post-mortem after his death. He reflected on Paul's life. He reflected on his relationship with his mom and all that. And it's like, oh shit, this could actually work. That was the thing that like ultimately decided it. And I thought that was way like better to reflect on Paul, who just died. Having Paul's like death actually like mean something in the decision making of Rudius here. That was like that was the nail in the coffin for the anime, and I thought that change was way better. It was posed in the light novel, but he was still questioning it, and then Ellen Elise followed up with that question, and that was the nail in the coffin. That was weird, and I think the anime did it better in that sense. Now, I'm like throwing out the morally questionable like bit of like polygamy in this. This is out the window at this point. We're past that now. This is something that the show has decided on. We're not gonna debate about this. This is like this goes outside of the series. That debate goes outside of the series. This is not something that I'm not even gonna argue with right now. I severely disagree with Rudius's decision, but that's not what I have an issue with. That's not what I have an issue with in terms of the writing of this show. Okay. My main other complaint with the marriage and how it was handled in both the anime and the light novel was how Rudius didn't confront Sylphie first with this matter. This, in my opinion, was extremely undermining of his current marriage, and made it seem like he viewed Sylphie's input as insignificant. Now, many people don't understand what I'm saying in regards to this. I'm saying that when the initial thought was put in Rudy's head that I'm probably going to marry Roxy, he also thought at the same time that he needs permission. He needs permission from Sylphie. It wasn't Roxy that posed that concern. He posed that concern himself when he was talking with Ellen Elise. So that was in his head. Why didn't he wait until he went to his house, talked with Sylphie about the matter, told Roxy to stay over for at least the night, while him and Sylphie hash this out and decide on what to do about the situation? That would have been way more respecting of his current relationship with Sylphie instead of doing things under the table. He's doing a lot of things under the table here. And that is not what he promised to. That is not how he posed this relationship to be in the beginning of the season, or the beginning of this second half of the season. This is not at all, and it undermines the relationship he established. It undermines like his progression as a character with like respecting like his closest friend at this point. It's like, bro, come on. Like, we get it. Rudy has flaws. But brother, we're walking back a lot here. And this feeling, this undermining of his current relationship, this tone that Rudius establishes with his like decision making and how he's handling this is, I think, the main complaint that anime onlys have with the end of the season. Saying like there's like a severe lack of pushback from like him trying to marry Roxy. It's like, bro, I feel like there wasn't like a clear indication from like Sylphie in the sense that it was like there wasn't like a sign of respect for Sylphie here. That was the main thing. There wasn't a sign of like respect for the existing marriage. That's the issue. In my opinion, I think that's the main issue. Rudy had to make sure Roxy did not sneak out in the middle of the night like Eris. Dude, listen to me here when I say that. When he could have just said, Roxy, stay here. This is important. I need you to stay here right now. That's it. You don't need to say anything besides that. And if so, you can just say, like, hey, Norn, or hey, Aisha, or probably Aisha in this case. Aisha, make sure Roxy doesn't leave. He is like Eris. He has experience with stuff like that happening. He could have easily made some countermeasures to make sure that doesn't happen. And ultimately, this decision would have been made pretty quickly, honestly. I think this decision would have been made pretty quickly, but it's the John Cena mantra: hustle, loyalty, respect. You got to put respect on this current relationship, bro. And there's a severe lack of it here. Am I a Sylphie simp? Yes. And this I do not vibe with. Although he asks himself several times in both adaptations what Sylphie would think, he does not reflect on that concern at all in his actions. It kind of places the Sylphie's feelings as second fiddle to Roxy's, which isn't supposed to be the point of his relationship with these characters. It's not. It's supposed to be equal treatment. That's like the point. That's like the what he proposes, right? But in this sense, no, that's not how it is. That's not how it's pitched. That early proposal seemed contradictory to Rudius's character, and I felt the entire situation would have been easier to digest if he confronted Sylphie before he confessed to Roxy. Easy shit. I feel like the freaking technicals that people have here is like, oh, Roxy could still escape even though if he told like Aisha to like tell her to hold. No, dude, just freaking say like, hey, this is important. Stay here right now. We need you to stay here right now. That's it. Other than that, I don't see too many other major differences or faults with how these situations were handled in either adaptation. I honestly felt that both the light novel and the anime left me unconvinced of the whole second marriage until I went further into the series. The entire fiasco seems bleh, for lack of a better word, bleh. In other ways, good. In other ways, not so much. And I felt that carry on into the anime. So in my opinion, no. The light novel was not that much better than the anime. It didn't magically fix many of the faults the anime onlys have with the season finale. And many of the unsatisfactory feelings people have now about the anime are the same feelings I had when I initially read the novel. Please share your thoughts on this if you can. I'm interested to see what you think. Maybe this is a shit take. According to the upvotes and the amount of comments, this is a shit take. Not many people like criticism of how the show is written. I do not think this particular section of the show is written well and runs contradictory to the values that Rudius poses in the beginning of the season, or at least in the middle of the season. Is he supposed to be a morally gray character and morally questionable? Sure. Can he be hypocritical sometimes? Sure. But this is a severe case of hypocrisy. Severe case of hypocrisy. And you can at least attempt to recover from your hypocrisy. But no, he just doubles down. All right, first comment with a freaking shit ton of likes, and my response that has not many people like that. Okay. Yeah, true. It wasn't good of Elise to lie about Roxy being pregnant. That was probably the only way she could think of Rudius to marry Roxy. Though the main point I wanted to address is this. Was probably the only way she could think of to get Rudius to marry Roxy. No, I thought the entire point of, if you remember the title of this, the end of Mushoku Tensei Season 2, was the light novel that much better? I thought the removal of that was better. I thought it served a better delivery in Rudius's, like, switching, like, his perspective changed after reflecting on his Paul's relationship with Lilia and Zenith. Like, that's way better. That's way more understandable. And way less like, holy shit, Elise. Like, that's like, the focus isn't supposed to be on Elise in that scene when you reflect on it later. It isn't. It's supposed to be on Rudius and Roxy. That's the whole point. When you reflect on that scene, it's supposed to be those two characters are the main highlights. Elise is not supposed to take up the morally gray parts of that part of the series. It's not. Elise isn't a factor. Why is Elise doing this? Why would they have Elise do this when he could just as easily do what the anime did? In that sense, the anime improved it. All right. Elise herself does not see anything wrong with polygamous marriages. I'm not debating that. While she does understand and see the value in monogamous marriages, as she recently experienced, and she says in the same conversation, I know this because I fucking read it, that does not change that she sees nothing wrong with polygamous ones. She doesn't see batting for Roxy in the same way as someone like you or me covering up a friend cheating on their partner. I don't know about that one, bro. It's like you're pushing for, you're not just pushing for the status quo, you're pushing for a severe change in like Roxy's like life. You're pushing for a severe change in Rudius's life. You have no like real say in this existing relationship, bro. Well, you didn't talk about the next part. I have seen people talk about Ellen Elise should value Sylphie more because she's her grandmother, but Ellen Elise's way of thinking was that she has been Roxy's friend for a much longer time, like 6 years. That is a long time. Even if we only count 3 or so years because Ellen Elise left to go find Rudius, 3 years is still a long time to develop a relationship. Brother, she is an elf. The difference between we should know this from Freeman. The difference between 6 years and 3 years, practically speaking, is probably not all that much. I'm gonna be honest. At least not to do this levels of backstabbery between friends. It shouldn't be that big of a difference. What are you talking about here? I think being family with one person should probably like heighten this number a bit, or like the value of this relationship a bit more, in my opinion. But like, it shouldn't make a difference. And like, even if these two numbers were like the same, or like one was lower than the other, I don't understand why, dude. Why? Because it's not like they were lifelong friends. 6 years. She wasn't friends with Roxy ever since she was a kid or something. She wasn't like. She doesn't have like a freaking family relationship with this girl or anything like that. No, in fact, it's the other way around. Why are we trying to protect Ellen Elise here with her decision? This shit was fucking cringe. Regarding Sylphie, I'm not sure how Rudius viewed Sylphie's input as insignificant. I already explained it. While it is true that he confessed to Roxy first before talking it out with Sylphie, he still went to talk it out with Sylphie and asked for her permission when they finally got back to Sharia. It's about the freaking priorities. You already have a relationship with this girl. This should be the freaking priority. It shouldn't be with this other chick and do things under the table. You already did things under the table. Are you going to double down? Apparently, yes. Why, dude? You already know you already have the thought in your mind that this shit is messed up. And you should probably go confront Sylphie first. It is a respect thing. It is a priorities thing. His priorities aren't there. Even though the thought is in his head. Debatably, back when he was like in a severe depression or whatever, the thought wasn't in his head. And that is freaking severely questionable, and that is freaking bad. But like right here, it's like all the established relationships that you have are currently in your head. You have everything thought out. You're able to think everything out. You're able to construct a plan right now. But instead, you just are like, okay, I'm just going to propose now, even though it might not actually happen. And I'm going to leave Roxy in like a case of, holy, I am really dependent on Sylphie's decision right now. When it shouldn't be that. It should be entirely on Rudius at this point. She should be thinking about Rudius's decision. Or them together as a whole. She shouldn't be waiting for that shit. She should just be like, it should be flat out, when the question is asked, it is up to Roxy at this point. It is not up to anyone else. When the question is asked, it should be put up to Roxy whether or not she says yes. That's how it should be. It's not the case here. While it is true that, had Sylphie said no, then Rudius surely wouldn't have married Roxy. Yes, but it's a matter of priorities, bro. I also wouldn't separate the proposal and pre-proposal scenes and portraying the second marriage as they work in tandem. No, I'm analyzing them both as like different aspects of the show and how they're executed in each adaptation. I can split off the freaking adaptation or the story at any point I take it. I'm criticizing different aspects of the same like part of the series. I agree that they're the same part of the series. I can definitely see why when people like summarize a show or talk about the show, they group these two in tandem, but I have severe criticisms with one half versus another. That's why I'm splitting it off. That's the whole point. I'm criticizing both adaptations. I'm comparing them. And I see no reason. I already compared the first half, and I said like the differences kind of balance each other out in terms of like how good subjectively good they are versus how subjectively bad they are in my mind. That's why I'm separating them. This guy just completely forgot the freaking entire point of this post, bro. Brother, what the fuck? Okay. Not just the bar scene, but also the dialogue between... Okay, hold up. The pre-proposal scenes add to the proposal as well, because it gives context to both Roxy and Rudius. No, it adds context to Roxy's decision to initially, like, be intimate with Rudius. It's not the... It adds context to the initial decision, but it doesn't add context to the freaking decision of whether or not they should be married. That's not the point. It does not add, no. Not just the bar scene, but also the dialogue between Rudius and Roxy is important for how you view their polygamous marriage, because when getting fans to at least understand or appreciate, not necessarily like, something they're uncomfortable with or actively dislike, is important to understand the characters and the relationship. Again, the entire point right here is comparing the different adaptations, right? I can agree that the characterization of the relationship itself received a detriment, had a detriment because they didn't include those two scenes. But in regards to the pacing of the show, if you're restricted to 24 minutes at a time per episode, and you're restricted to 24 episodes, the scene that they chose to include was a good choice. It was the scene on their journey back home next to the campfire. That shit, picture perfect. Did not have any complaints with that. Did not have any complaints with that in the light novel. Did not have any complaints with that in the anime. And I thought it established like the status of the relationship pretty well. I understand this person's characterization of the relationship playing in how like sympathetic you're supposed to be about like maintaining this relationship, and if you're able to understand Roxy's mindset going into this whole thing, you're supposed to be like I guess like you're supposed to hold this relationship like in higher esteem going into this like decision in regards to confronting Sylphie and initially proposing. You want this relationship to like continue, right? In some way. I guess I understand that point. Thinking about it more, I guess I understand it. These previous points, though, heavily disagree. I feel like confronting Sylphie first would have been a more respectful decision. Fair point on Elise with her not knowing Roxy for longer, but I take this back. This is not a fair point. I take this back, but she still should know after getting to know Cliff for about as long that she should still hold on to certain relationships in a higher regard. It was just an asshole move. Yeah, she knew Cliff for even shorter than Rudius. Like, the length of a relationship does not equate to the priorities. It does not. And even if you hold Roxy's relationship to a higher regard, your relationship with Roxy in a higher regard than Rudius, is it really to that level where you just backstab like your friend's wife or your granddaughter so you can make Roxy happy? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. What the fuck? Because you're just making decisions for Sylphie at this point. Like, you have no clue what she thinks. Like, you know she's not Millis, but you have no clue what promises that Rudius made about their relationship. You have no clue how they're freaking how their freaking marriage is set up. You have no clue. You just know that they don't follow the mills. Like, you're making assumptions here. And then, like, which is fine, which is what she does in the anime. You're making assumptions. You're making, like, okay, like, Sylphie may be fine with that, so it's okay to, like, confront her with, like, your feelings about Roxy and all that. But doing this is just like, oh my gosh, bro, no. I didn't mean to separate the pre-proposal scene and Roxy's confrontation with the rest of the episode. It was a well-done scene in both versions, and in my opinion, so I kind of overlooked it for the sake of the topic. Okay, yeah, I don't think I understand. I think I did this really late at night. That's probably the only reason why I kind of responded like that. I don't think I completely understood this part here. I don't think I completely understood this part here at the time, at least. For the most part, only those in Mills Fate. Okay, whatever. I think we're regurgitating the same points here. On to the next one, ladies and gentlemen. Annalise explained exactly why she would. She was Roxy. Okay, this is the same exact point. If she remembered her word, I don't even think I should read this. The difference here is the value Rudius places in his promise. In the novels, he told Sylphie she would be monogamous to her from when he first married her to where the series is now. Responsibility has been a major theme of his character. He has responsibility to hold up to his promise to her as he made it. In order to show that he respects his promise, there had to be the introduction of a greater responsibility, or else Rudius is betraying the growth that he has made. That's why Annalise does lie. I understand this point a little bit, actually. This is actually a unique point. Holy shit. I understand this point a little bit. But, like, you can do the same in other ways, dude. You could do the same way in other ways. And you're making you're putting a highlight on Ellen Elise's decisions when she's not supposed to be a highlight. When she's not supposed to have the spotlight at all in this situation. Oh, whatever. Hold up. All right. One notable change, okay, he's quoting me here. One notable change the anime made to reinforce this tone was making Roxy rather than Rudy the instigator in that scene. This is a fact. Okay, I'm right. Okay, don't boo me, I'm right. Fuck you. But she was the one who initiated this, and she wanted it. Okay, but Roxy was the one who initiated this, and she wanted it the moment her dream guy saved her from the labyrinth. For me, the only fault was that I haven't noticed the time skip on Rudy's face. What the fuck? Okay. He doesn't understand, bro. But Roxy was the one who physically forced herself on Rudius in the anime. Physically. Emphasis on the word physically. She gave the green light, all right, let's do this situation. She wasn't like, it's okay if you do this, like it's like she did in the light novel. No, the most of the blame is going to be on Roxy in this situation. She manipulated Rudius in this scene, 100%. She did not pose the existing relationships that she has. She did not she was the instigator. She was the instigator. She wanted it first, and she followed through. Jeez, bro. In the light novel, she was basically saying, I'm down if you want, and Rudy responded accordingly. I saw, like, the massive downvotes here. I'm like, bro, why are you booing me? I'm right. It's so freaking cringe. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, anime handled the Roxy situation worse than the novel for various reasons. I vaguely recall people complain about it when the episode released. He has no support here. He's just saying like, oh yeah, I remember people talking about the light novel being better. The whole point of this freaking post is that I am providing a correction to a popular belief that the light novel did not necessarily do it better. I think they were basically the same in terms of quality. In my opinion, it wasn't much better, and I just reread it before making this post. As I mentioned, there are some trade-offs, but I think the anime's more subtle writing choices help balance them out. Oh my gosh, bro. I am terminally online. I'm going down this freaking rabbit hole of Reddit posts, bro. But this is why. This is why I'm streaming. Fuck you. This is entertaining to me. Fuck you. Am I terminally online? Sure. But this is fun. But she wanted to do it, and it doesn't look like he was the opposed of sex with her. You could say the same about the cave night with Sylphie, that Rudy forced himself on her. No, dude, both were sound of mind. Both were like wait, hold up. Both were of sound mind. And Rudius wasn't like insanely depressed or anything. He was going in trying to make a move on Sylphie like any freaking normal romance shit. And Sylphie gave the okay, and then they freaking like tried to be intimate. Tried, emphasis on tried. And then Sylphie went freaking ham with the afterwards. Yeah. That's what happened. I don't need to explain this. Personally, I still think the novel is better. Fair enough. Oh, this is a long ass post. I think this is like probably like the first freaking response, maybe. Oh my gosh, bro, this is a lot of reading. Except for how the scene evolves after the talk of bringing Roxy in the fold. It happened more or less the same way, if not slightly compressed. I agree. That's the whole point of my discussion. This was Norm being called out for not thinking about how her words would sound to Lily and Aisha. That didn't change too much. Yes, in the books, Rudy was manipulated by Ellen Elise. This will be my hot take in a series that, for a lack of a better way to explain it, is about Rudy letting go of emotional baggage. In this case, owning up to the fact that he was delusional, thinking he was an adult. Wait, hold up, what? In this case, owning up to the fact he was delusional, thinking he was an adult. Oh, okay. That delusion mostly hindered him in many ways, but specifically bonding to his new parents. He was finally able to emotionally connect to Paul and grieve his parents. He was slightly more open about it in the books. Removing Ellen Elise's manipulation makes him really reflect on his relationship with Paul. This started from that conversation where he reluctantly admits he shares Paul's less than admirable traits. Yep, 100% agree with this right here. This is not a hot take, bro. This I feel like most of the community agrees with my stance on this. This is 100%. The decision to remove the merchant caravan chapters before arriving to Paul was removed where Paul was removed a moral. Okay, so removing the caravan chapters removed like a crucial moral dilemma proposed. It also removed something I believe was being highlighted. Having multiple wives is a valid way to have a marriage there, but it is only the rich who do it for practical reasons on the part of the poor. Okay, I don't understand. The rich and noble mostly do it for wealth and power. It is not really controversial there. Rudy was trying to hold himself to a higher standard. The thought of abandoning Roxy was unthinkable, especially since she had done so much for him in the past. She braved the dungeon for his mom, almost at the cost of her life. Some may disregard the fact that she slept with him to get his head back in the game out of her own desires, but she was expecting to be rolled up and thrown away like a piece of garbage. She was sacrificing her happiness. Okay, I'm hoping that there's more here. I don't remember this fully. It's been a week. The idea was supposed to be a moment of clarity. He was tying himself up in knots again over what to do with Roxy. Annalise told him he was overthinking and gave him the shove. It's the same in the anime. This is the same exact thing that happened in the anime. The story is deceptively heavy on moral dilemmas we experience. Being blind to those reduces the story to little more than a power fantasy. As to why Annalise went back, she explained that she knew Roxy first and became invested in her friend's happiness. I 100% understand that. She does outright say that in the beginning of the freaking scene in the light novel and the anime, but like, bro, like, no. As to why Roxy over Sylphie, a relationship has to grow. That sense of family doesn't magically manifest as soon as you are told you are blood related. I mean, bro, like it's a moral thing here. It's not like brother, like it's also knowing Rudius too, and it's also making decisions for other people, injecting yourself in an existing relationship. That shit is fucking whack, dude. As to the proposal, he became a shut-in at 14. He never proposed, or as far as I could tell, see a real-life proposal unless seeing it in the visual novel counts, which was a possibility. The only reference was Paul, and we knew how that turned out. Incorrect. He proposed to Sylphie, and it was just fine. It was actually pretty good. He proposed to Sylphie. He has experience on this. He saw how Cliff did it. He should be able to do it better. Yeah. I'm not going to go down further. I think in front of her sisters. Okay, yeah, the book isn't going to change much. At first I thought nothing before season 2. Just anime light novel forced contrivances for no apparent reason. Recently it occurred to me that it was the author creating a situation deliberately for Norn to say those things. A way for those who object to going down the harem route to have a marry Sue, as well as to reiterate the worldview of non-Mills believers. I still think they could have had Norn like express her feelings like after the proposal too, but I feel like there's a severe lack of respect with Sylphie's relationship in particular. I'm repeating myself. I'm not going to repeat myself any farther. Fuck that. There was a whole chapter in the novel where Roxy deliberating on what to do in the situation. Incorrect. I read the chapter. She didn't realize that was a possibility until really late into that chapter. She was just wondering, like, how can we help Rudius? She wasn't debating on whether or not she would have sex. Why she would have sex with him. As soon as the thought popped in her head, and she thought like that was like the only reasonable way to get him out of the rut, which it isn't, but okay. That is weird. That was weird. Actually, I think almost all the content the anime skipped were Roxy scenes. Does some members of the staff really not like her or something? Yeah, base staff. Sylphie best girl. Yep, agree with that 100%. People dislike me? Fuck you. Both are extremely good. I can't compare. Fair. Base picture, by the way. Base picture. Base profile picture. Obviously, the source is usually better. I can only obviously the source is usually better, guys. Obviously, all right. Let's go in. Okay, so it seems like this guy is actually like taking the main point of this entire post into consideration. All right, let's go. I can only think of one instance where the anime outdid the novel, being the ending of season 1. That being said, I don't think the anime was doing badly, just got a bit rushed, especially some monologues, dialogues. Okay, yeah. The biggest issue, I wouldn't say rushed. I think it's a different medium. I think it was handled for some conversations were rushed in comparison to how they were handled in the anime. Like, for example, like the entire Norn chapter, That was admittedly done faster with a faster pace in the anime, but the execution of that scene was basically it delivered the same level of with the same level of quality, in my opinion. I think the difference in mediums forces you to do things faster, yes, but you can still do things about the same level, at the same level. If you did the same exact way as the anime did it in the light novel, it would be really fast. No one would really like be able to digest it in the same way. Having that visual aspect helps people treat the same amount of time with more respect and more like thoughtfulness, basically. You don't need as much reinforcement in an anime setting as much as you do in a light novel setting. The biggest issue is that the anime leans too much on show, not tell. While in many cases it is a good respect for the audience's intelligence, the other cases it is a bit too confusing. A lot of people did not realize how long Rudius isolated himself in this. Yeah. I understand that. I understand that, and I do not. I said that adding that reinforcement of Rudius's like existing mental state would have made the entire Roxy's decision feel more understandable. But again, I felt like the trade-off there with Roxy being the instigator in that scene, Roxy like being the one to push this intimacy further, was the helped introduce and helped not introduce, helped reinforce certain themes in a better way, and that trade-off kind of evens it out. In my opinion, doesn't have to be the case with you. I agree that the source material is usually better, but this part of the series was probably the most contentious in my opinion. I think the feeling of it being rushed came from how quickly Rudius started making contradictory decisions based on his previous promise with Sylphie. I don't think that aspect was done much better in the novel. Okay, personally, I don't think Rudius had any contradiction interesting. He was legitly pushed into having sex with Roxy by the latter, which honestly could be forgiven for both. Which honestly could be forgiven for both, given that Rudius was on the brink of death. False freaking dilemma there. In addition, his talk with Elnalise was in the northern region. Basically, it had been like at least 1 or 2 weeks since the moment they did the deed. The anime's pacing made it hard to see, even though we could see the passage of time. I also think people were too hard on both Roxy and Rudius. If people all acted on reason and logic, they should not do this or do that, but we are all creatures that also... Yeah, I know. That's an entire point of the freaking show. Yeah, I understand that theme. That's why I like the freaking morally questionable thing that Roxy does. It reinforces this entire point further. I like that. I think it adds an interesting element to the show. Good job. Instead of it all being on one character in particular, it is multiple now. Good job. Good job, anime. You did a good thing there. Maybe the characters didn't, but you did a good thing in making it more interesting. Good. In my opinion, what happened here is actually a parallel to Paul, where Rudius, despite having the guilt of not being a proper son to Paul, yet still mirrored his father in the same way by falling in love with another woman while being married. While circumstances were different, the essence is not. Thematically, both episode 23 and the novel were also an allegory, eulogy to Paul, not by dwelling on sorrow like Rudius did at the beginning of the episode, but rather by bringing Paul's memory back in a bittersweet way. And I think the anime highlighted this bittersweetness more by making it the nail in the coffin rather than the freaking lie. We all know Paul was a dirtbag, but he was also dependable when it mattered. And we could not see the same in Rudius, and we could not say the same in Rudius. We could not see the same in Rudius, who now carried his torch. Okay. whatever. There was another thread here. Okay, this guy quoted like an interview that the initial author had, and it's just basically like a summarization of like characters are flawed. Sometimes you will be posed in situations where there is no right answer. Well, good sir, I feel like you freaking force things to be in that way or frame things to be in that way when there could have been a better answer than the ones that the characters were forced to make here. But whatever, it's fine, I guess. Okay, here's the freaking one this was a long ass freaking thread here, and ultimately I just freaking completely disagree with this freaking guy, and I don't think this guy really understands what I'm trying to say. So and this is kind of like the freaking setting off point that I kind of went on this whole rant about with the freaking comments. One aspect you did not touch on is that the alternative for Roxy not seducing Rudy was Rudy's death. I don't think Roxy's actions are evil if you consider this, and this is essentially directly said in the light novel and glossed over in the anime. I agree that this is how the light novel frames this whole situation, but that is not like realistic. It's not believable. It's not like, with how things were set up, is not a believable dilemma. This is still a morally questionable decision. The novel poses this question as an ultimatum when in reality it isn't. It's a false dilemma. The dilemma the novel poses would have made for a more interesting scene in the anime. But I do not agree that this is the only way to get Rudius out of that rut. Posing sex as the only way to get out of that depression is crazy to me. Now, at this point, we're basically not even talking about like which adaptation is better at this point, or if they're on the same level. At this point, we're just like completely forgetting about that point. We're just like questioning my judgment of the story itself. But okay, fine, whatever. Would that bar scene's inclusion have made a better anime adaptation? Sure. Did I fundamentally agree with the characters and decisions in that scene? No. Did it make the art more interesting and intriguing? Yes, but I think it could have been better in my opinion. This is like the freaking like an analysis and the critique of the actual story that I'm trying to do here in between the changes of both adaptations. People just constantly, nonchalantly say that the light novel is better, always better. I'm like, no, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes the anime is better. Sometimes it delivers things in a better way. Sometimes it adds more subtlety. And sometimes that subtlety enhances certain themes better. Like, brother, what do you propose? Rudy was on a high-speed train right into the ground. Guy is not eating. It's not like they have trained psychiatrists or lithium on speed dial or hell even know about it. I don't see that they had any other option, really. Brother, do you really think meds are the only way to get out of the temporary depression? Brother, talking with him? If you notice, the thing that helped him most is the conversation he had with Roxy after they had sex. It seemed like every talk they had with people before were a very surface level. Basically, with how he talked with Roxy, it seemed like everything was on surface level before that because he didn't reflect on his current situation at all. He needed help to realize what was important and how to move on. He didn't need to be horny to put him in that headspace. Sex was a short-term solution to make him open to a conversation. I agree with that. I agree that that's how they needed to open him up for a conversation. And how were they going to do that? In the anime, in the light novel's framing and the show's framing, the only answer to that was sex. That's disingenuous, bro. Like, are you serious? That's the only thing you could think of, bro? Okay, dude. Sex was a short-term solution that made him open to conversation, but it did not seem like his party was really tired of talking with him before then or try getting him out of his room. They seemed to distance themselves from him which was obviously not what he needed. Again, the novel twisted the situation into making it seem like sex was the only option. In real life, there are tons of different ways to get someone to open to a real conversation. Social activity, meditation, physical activity. Roxy really got him out of that rut by talking to him and helping him reframe his thinking. I'm just listing examples in real life here. Really, like, physical activity could have worked earlier in his like rut. Maybe not when he's malnourished, but earlier in his rut. Social activity that could still freaking work even at this final stage that he was in. I know he was closing his door to the rest of the world at the time, but you can still force them to do certain things and force them to be open in a conversation. Sometimes it takes a little bit of an outside push for that to happen, but you know, whatever. He wasn't opening up at all before that. You are right that sex was a short-term solution, but it's exactly what allowed him to open up enough to take another step. I agree with this. You're just restating what I already said. If the conversation hadn't happened after the sex, he would slip again. The conversation with Roxy was, yeah, you're just reinstating what I'm saying. You're reinforcing what I'm saying. The conversation with Roxy wasn't happening without the sex. That's the point, in my opinion. Disingenuous framing. I'm going back to this. Ultimatum that Roxy needed to have sex with him? No, it's a false dilemma. They didn't really pose many other situations or options, and to her that was like the only decision that could have helped him. It's like, bro, no, stop it. The conversation with Roxy wasn't happening without the sex. And again, like being forced to make this decision in this world, in this show, poses again a question of morality with characters, and that makes the characters in this show more intriguing. I think that this happening in the show is interesting and reinforces Rudius's freaking weirdness and makes Rudius like a character to analyze even more. Even it's like, no, he hasn't completely recovered from his shittiness in the beginning of the series. He's still freaking shitty sometimes. Yeah, that's good, but ignoring all the progress that he made by just like making Sylphie's relationship with him secondary, at least temporarily, was dumb, stupid. Because he didn't have a relationship with Roxy yet. It wasn't official yet. You're doing things under the table, behind Sylphie's back. What the fuck? The conversation with Roxy wasn't happening without sex. That's the point, in my opinion. In real life, there are other options. The options available in the six-faced world are different from what we have. Social activity not working since Rudy was catatonic. Okay, so basically that means like he's like closing him off from the rest of the world and wasn't responding to anything. Incorrect, bro. He was freaking responding immediately to like Roxy's request to go outside with her or whatever, and he just said no. You could have forced him out, or maybe like forced to be in like a conversation with him, like what Roxy did in the beginning of the scene. You don't need sex to get him up out of that situation. Whatever. Meditation, not a thing that exists there. I'm just posing examples here. Physical activity not working since Rudy was gonna. Dude, this is the only excuse he has, bro. He wasn't in that state the entire time. He journeyed all the way from the labyrinth to there, and yeah, sure, the Xena situation didn't help with that, but brother, like, you could, it was obvious that he was in that state for a long period of time. They didn't do anything before that to help him get out of that. Really? You didn't do anything? Elnalise, freaking Monkey Boy, freaking Roxy, like, brother, what are we doing? Stop it. Get some help. Lilia, where are you? Where are you, Lilia? Where are you? What happened? I don't think he was catatonic since he was able to talk to Roxy beforehand. He was able to shame Roxy for thinking he understood his grief. Whether it was forcing him to go out, I know he refused going out shopping with Roxy, but sometimes you need to force people like Rudius out. Or playing a simple game with him to spark some stimulus, there were other options to make him open to have a conversation about his grief. The novel literally spells it out. Spells out talking just wasn't enough. I'm not sure what to tell you. You are directly contradicting what the novel and Rudius himself said about his condition at this point. Going back to here, you're just succumbing to this ultimatum and this false dilemma, bro. You're just like these are the only two options, or this is the only option to get Rudius out because the novel poses it that way. I'm like, bro, the novel poses a certain situation and poses only one solution. No, there are many solutions that you can do to get out of this rut. The decision to go through with sex as the reason, as the way out, is freaking questionable, but makes the characters more interesting. I'm saying that there are multiple ways to get out of that situation, and in real life, you should not have that be one of the main ways to get out of a depression. It feels like this guy is probably going to have this be one of his main ways to force someone out of a depression. Bro, no, stop. It's like, even if it means cheating, if this person's really depressed and the only way out is like sex, apparently, according to this guy, this should be this should be okay. No, stop it. The framing is not realistic. The dilemma is not realistic. I'm not arguing with what the novel says. I acknowledge what the novel says, and I agree with you that that's what it says. I do not believe in the ultimatum it presents, and it's not realistic in my mind because reasonable people would not need sex to get out of a rut like that. I just cannot understand that mindset because it's not realistic. Is Rudius that damn horny? Holy shit. Anyway, 2 hours into the stream, we are done with this discussion. And we still got more to talk about. Holy shit. Fuck, man, I can't handle this community. I can't deal with this community sometimes. I'm so terminally online. It's insane. Sometimes this community's takes, bro. Holy shit. Oh, bro, go argue with me in Discord about this. Go argue with me in the comments about this. I don't care, bro. I'm going to freaking... Am I tired? Sure. Am I tired debating about this? Sure. I think I've been debating about this ever since freaking season 2 finished airing. But, like... Jeez, bro. Some of these takes, man, especially this guy's, brother, stop. Brother, Nah. Alright. Next up on the list, let me look at my notes. Ooh, the bad take video. Let's go. We ranked the first episodes of every year's most popular anime. Oh, man. Okay, so I saw a lot of people talk about this video, right? I saw Joey talk about this. I saw who else? Fuck. A bunch of no-name, not no-name, but like a bunch of creators I never heard of just got fed in my recommended, and like I saw their reaction to this. Dude, it's absolute cinema so far. Like from my understanding, these guys' takes are so bad. They're so bad yet so good. Like, and it like is reflective of like the tourist community and shit, but people take this way too personally, and I'm like, should people take this as personally as they're making it out to be? People are like escalating this from like a 5 to a 10. Like it's crazy. So like, people justified in their anger? I don't know. I haven't seen this entire video yet. Let's go.
100 years of anime history. Ranking the most popular anime from each year to decide once and for all. The best anime of the century. Me and Cade. Me and Jeremy. Hey, yo, it's Team Ethan Gianni, bro. What's up, we always go crazy.
So are they splitting up the episodes between multiple people? Like, for example, like every third year a person will cover maybe? So like they're splitting all the years up between each other. I mean, that's fine.
That's a little too crazy.
Yeah, okay. We're starting with this.
It's on YouTube and it's 35 seconds long.
Ooh! That fight scene was cracked. That fight scene was cracked.
It was 30 seconds. It was about some sushi chef with like octopus.
What? I need to rewatch this. What?
It's long.
Ooh! That fight scene was cracked. That fight scene was cracked.
It was 30 seconds. It was about some sushi chef with like octopus arms. That anime is F tier.
Okay. All right, people are complaining about like, oh man, you gotta respect like the history of these shows and all that stuff, and I'm like, bro, it's 30 seconds. Like, let's be real here. It is not enjoyable among modern audiences, right? It's not too enjoyable. If you're judging based on its enjoyable nature, not on each show's like significance in the genre, it's obvious that they're rating based off of enjoyment, right? Their own personal enjoyment. I think rating something this early on in F tier is totally fine. I don't think you really need any clarification to like justify your ranking. I don't think this freaking video is meant to be a deep analysis of each of these shows or deep criticism of each of these shows. I think it's meant to be very surface level, very basic, or like basically an outline of what shows to recommend to people, or a reflection of how much better anime has gotten over like however many years, right? So I think that's the main purpose of this video. So ranking something this early on in F tier like reinforces that point, right? Now I'm being overly analytical of this Mr. Beast style editing video. Basically, I'm being really like overly analytical, but I'm giving respect to this video, okay? Like I think people are coming out. From my understanding, people are like being way too offended about like these earlier shows being ranked as F tier. It's like, oh, bro, you gotta rank it as B tier at least or whatever. Relax. It's not as enjoyable for these guys as it is as later shows are. Like,
first one is Otogi Manga Calendar.
There's honestly not too much going on here that grabs my attention besides some little tune playing in the background, and a still frame of some character looking at a painting. It's not looking good so far for anime. This is going directly into the F tier category.
We are going to be watching. Our very first one is called Tetsuwan Atom. So, Tetsuwan Atom, let's go.
now I think you could have added a little bit of nuance here, but it's like you could have like said like this is to be expected. It's not nearly as good as what we're used to. F tier. There you go. That simple sentence would have made things like a lot like digestible for most people, but I think people are getting way too offended about this. Like relax. We understand the point of ranking these as F tier. Like, chill. It's not like they don't care about respecting like these old shows. You don't need to respect these old shows in order to watch anime. It's not you shouldn't be gatekeeping people like this. Like that's ridiculous. Stop it.
It's not looking good so far for anime. This is going directly into the F tier category.
We are going to be watching. Our very first one is called Tetsuwan Atom. So, Tetsuwan Atom, let's go. It's on YouTube.
Yo.
Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry. My bad, guys. That was Astro Boy.
Oh,
that was Astro
come
Boy.
on,
My
bro.
bad.
Oh,
Okay.
you pressed the wrong one.
Why is it Astro
Why is
Boy?
Tetsuwan Atom is Astro Boy?
Okay.
Okay, that was obviously a scripted bit. I mean, like, okay.
Like, I'm trying to take it seriously, but look at this Looney Tunes ass fall. He's abandoning his son, and then it's literally just like, it's like, come on. So, Astro Boy from night.
Yeah. It's like, oh, come on. Like, yeah, he's trying to give this show like the level of respect people want him to give it. But it's like, it's kind of hard to do so with what you're used to nowadays. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they rank this as F tier.
1963.
I give it an absolute bottom of the barrel F tier.
There you go. Completely understandable. What do you expect, bro? Like, do you want like a deep analytical like history of the medium? Dude, these guys are just ranking based off of their own personal enjoyment. Like, relax, bro. Like, geez, it's very obvious the purpose of this entire tier list. Like, bro, stop it. Get some help.
Tier, bottom of S tier.
Big X.
Man, big dookie, bro.
Big Stinky, bro.
Like, bro, you're telling me people used to watch this?
I'm actually upset that I watched it.
But it was just beyond bad. Like, this anime shouldn't have been made, bro.
Alright, this next anime.
That line is bad. That line's bad.
I'm upset that I watched it.
But it was just beyond bad. Like, this anime shouldn't have been made, bro.
This anime shouldn't have been made. That's bad. That okay. Okay. Maybe some of the complaints are valid. Saying that something should not have been made is just okay. That's a sign of disrespect that's like, okay, like I understand why people would be upset about this, but like, and I understand. These guys are like a 5 million or so subscriber channel, right? They have a lot of people that watch them. And you kind of expect like a level of insight, a level of like maybe like nuance, or at least a lack of disrespect towards people's like hobbies or like shows that they like at this level. Just like shouldn't have been made or whatever. It's like, okay, I understand the disrespect is going up a notch a bit, but don't be too offended, bro. These guys are like, these guys obviously are just ranking off of enjoyment. It's like, it's a bit of an overreaction, just like the freaking Astro Boy bit. Like, it's like, oh man, like, oh, this show, we're watching Astro Boy. Aren't we supposed to be watching something else? Oh, nope. Okay, that's the original name of the show. Okay, it's a bit. They're playing it up a bit. They're playing it up a bit. The show shouldn't have been made and all that stuff. Like, upon further reflection, probably wouldn't say that, but like, okay, fine.
Alright, this next anime
I understand people being agitated with that specific line. Yeah.
we're watching is from Jungle Taiti Kimba the White Lion.
It starts off with a looks-maxing white lion that rules a jungle, and immediately falls into a trap trying to save his wife and future kid, and then dies. Now after this, the lion's wife gives birth by the help of some rat doctors on a cruise ship, and gives birth to a white lion that suspiciously looks like a rat. And Ethan and I have a little theory. His dad died, the rats birthed him. Ethan and I have a theory that the mom actually had an affair with a rat. Yeah, well, we're going D tier for that one.
Okay. I don't find anything like, I don't find it humorous in my opinion. I don't think it's funny, but like I can understand, like it's a different type of comedy. It's not meant for me. Fine, whatever. If people consider this disrespect, like, come on, bro. It's just a bit, bro. Like, chill.
Guys, we're on the year 1966. Our anime is Osomatsu-kun. When is it gonna get in color? I'm being serious.
We sat down and actually paid
Wait.
attention while watching this.
What?
1966. Our anime is Osomatsu-kun. When is it gonna get in color?
Why isn't the show in color? Dumb question. I don't know what he's saying here.
I'm being serious.
We sat down and actually paid attention while watching this.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I think Jeremy. Oh,
Okay, that's a bit. That's a bit. It's supposed to contrasts with what actually happened or trying to pay attention. This is just a bit.
I think Jeremy died. Now, I know for some reason a guy was dressed up as a dog. Why is the dog talking? Why is the dog is talking? What? The dog is a dude! What the hell? Also, Matsu-kun, Jeremy, what are we giving it?
Below Astro Boy, bottom of the bottom.
Bottom of the bottom of the bottom of F tier.
Okay. They're playing it up a lot, dude. Okay, yeah. The disdain for earlier shows is a bit much. Is it played up for comedy? Sure. But I'll give them credit. It may be funny to some people ranking these F tier the way they are.
Speed Racer? No. It's colored. Guys, it's colored. Honestly, a big upgrade from Big X, bro. Big X, still traumatizing me to this day.
On the S tier list, I wouldn't even give it F tier because at least it's bearable. I'll give it D.
So now it is time.
Yeah, so, okay. Yeah. Okay, so now we're actually getting into, like the stuff, like, of value, like, okay, so now you're starting to see, like, to a modern audience, like, Speed Racer is a bit better than earlier shows. Okay, so you're seeing the development a little bit here. Okay.
For me and Ethan to watch Cyborg 009. Alright, so Ethan and I just got done watching it, and it was good. It was black and white. High D.
I'll do like D+, bro. Like,
Alright, we'll put it high D too.
Alright guys, we're watching Doro, whatever the hell it's called. Just off starting with some great rain animation.
This one was okay.
This one wasn't bad. It had promise.
It did have promise.
Watching it, you could definitely see where a lot of modern anime things come from. For what it was,
So much better than the
so
past
much
two
better.
anime.
I think it gets like a high C to low B.
I agree. High C.
Okay. They're actually, like, providing nuance here. Okay. I'm surprised you're doing it now, but, like, you weren't doing it with, like, the earlier shows. That's weird. That's a bit weird. Like, you could have, like, said the same thing about the earlier shows, but, like, okay. That's interesting, though, that Doro's, like, the first thing to, like, really, like, break the barrier or so of, like, a modern lens. It's interesting. There's some value behind. There's actually some value behind this. Behind this freaking video. I think people are way too critical of this. It's like, yeah, these guys are tourists, but, like, it's still an interesting opinion to watch, right? Like, so, like, the ranking of these, at least. Like, the insight is, like, very surface level or whatever. It's supposed to be as digestible of a video as possible for, like, probably younger viewers, probably, like, early teenage viewers or whatever. I think that's fine. I think it's fair. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, a lot of the viewers of this channel are, like 12 or 14. This is fine. This is fine. Like I doubt, like, half of their viewers even care about, like, the historical significance of, like, Astro Boy or stuff like that. Like, who cares? Like, who cares?
The next anime we're watching is Ashito no Joe. This is one of the best sports mangas ever. So the first episode better be freaking good. I'm not even joking. I say this is a C tier anime. The other first episodes didn't have the substance, bro. This one I like the hook. It was still kind of boring, but it was not bad. Next anime we're watching is
Okay. Okay.
Lupin the Third.
Yeah, we recognize this character, and we're giving
We're
this
stepping
anime
up
a little bit more
we're
respect,
stepping up
so
a
we're
tier.
only gonna put it at 1.5 times speed.
Lupin's girlfriend, I think, gets captured and starts getting tortured by the bad guy. But before it goes any further, Lupin outsmarts the guy and saves the day until he's betrayed by his girl, but then ends up with her in the end. It's honestly very confusing, but as you can see, the foundations were laid and it leads to what it is today. And it's going in the D category.
You didn't say that about the other shows beforehand. What's happening here? Okay, hold up. You're giving like okay. I'm not even crazy about the tier placement, bro. Like you didn't say that about the shows before. Why are you giving these shows the freaking time of day and not Astro Boy? Or like, why are you highlighting like the historical significance of Lupin the Third instead of Astro Boy? Like, I've never watched Astro Boy. Maybe it's like a freaking like it's like almost impossible to watch nowadays with how like boring it is. So you could have like said the same exact. I'm pretty sure you could say the same exact thing as like you said here, and you gave Lupin the Third plenty of respect here. It's weird. We're switching tones pretty late here. Based on like if you're going to give historical significance to anything, you could have done it earlier, but okay.
Wait, Jeremy, what do we have? What is that? What is that, Jeremy? Color! We have color!
You know, it was in color.
Okay, so I don't think it's this levels of bad per se. I don't think it's like 22,000 dislikes versus 2k likes levels of bad. Like, okay. I think they hit a sweet spot of like the I think these guys hit a sweet spot in the anime community where they hit the right amount of triggerness for some people. They hit the sweet spot to trigger as many anime fans as they could. Unintentionally. Damn.
I was hoping for something good, and then
Okay, Jeremy. Guys,
That's a bit.
TheAnimeMen animation was pretty good for it being so old. Except the one problem was just how bad the characters and the overall story was.
It was bad.
It was bad. TheAnimeMen's going in D tier. Get out of here, TheAnimeMen.
You finished Doraemon?
I like to hear them out on why, but they're not gonna give that obviously. So
You know, yeah, the first episode was Lost in Time, 1973, and we watched 2 minutes of it.
No, just slideshows.
Doraemon's F tier. Doraemon's F tier.
All right, Sam, what's our next anime?
there you go. Okay, so like there you go. Just a bunch of slideshow presentation-esque slideshow presentation. You didn't find it enjoying. You didn't find much enjoyment value out of it. You ranked it F tier. Okay, cool. Makes sense.
One is Fortnite.
Fortnite?
Yeah.
Like Fortnite, the game?
Dude, this is a video about anime, not video game.
No, Fortnite.
I'm just gonna play.
They are intentionally kicking the horde's nest to get clicks. I mean, yeah, it works. I think like so. But I understand someone like giving these types of takes, right? In a video like this, right? I mean, they probably did like. So I know that there was probably like a lot of time spent in the making of this video, right? Especially in editing. You could do like a lot of stuff like. You could do a lot of things post filming to add like nuance and stuff to your video and stuff, and they obviously like didn't really care about doing that. They really cared about just like maximizing the retention rate and like getting as many clicks as possible, right? In that sense, yeah. But like I'm saying, like people find a lot of distaste towards like the placement of certain shows, and I'm like, bro, like that's not a reason to complain. Like that's not a reason to be upset, bro. Like that's not. No, it's not the same.
Wait, wait, isn't that Saitama from One Punch Man? Wait, yo, what?
I don't find this funny.
Thanks to Epic Games for sponsoring this video.
Okay. This just isn't the type of video that I personally enjoy, but okay.
Are you serious? Wait.
Jeremy, wake up.
UFO Robo Grandizer.
Boring.
Overall, I would probably give this one D, but middle D.
Yeah, D.
Candy.
What? Candy. I don't get some of the jokes that they do here. dude, this is so obviously geared towards like younger kids. I like, bro. You say like this is like a level of disrespect, but like most of these jokes are just like geared towards kids. It's supposed to be like high retention rate to keep them watching the video. Is it meant for like high like level critics or like deep into the anime space, like more so than them? This isn't meant for those types of people. What the hell?
Yeah, that shit's trash.
Chodenji machine volts got into it fast. Aliens invaded the Earth and the world was ending in the first episode, bro. And honestly, I can't tell you.
Dude, wait, are those the Twin Towers? Hold up.
Invaded the Earth and the world was ending in the first.
Those look like the Twin Towers. Holy shit. Predicted this in 1977. Holy shit.
Episode, bro.
That's crazy.
And honestly, I can't tell you what the characters' names were and anything else
Probably
about
not,
the show.
but
This
still.
anime is easily F tier. I'm sorry.
Guys,
At this point, I'm just only looking at like the placement of these. Like, I am really only focusing at the end points of these like placements. Like the all the bits in between. Like, I can't even really like criticize because it's just not for me, bro. Like, oh my gosh. Okay.
me and Jeremy have an announcement. That was the best anime ever so far. This one was pretty good. Insane animation. For how old it was. Insane. Great dub voice acting.
Great dub voice
Oh
acting.
my gosh.
And
Like,
also-
the dub voice acting is perfect.
Yeah.
Future Boy Conan, you're going straight to A tier. Top of A.
I
Let's
agree.
go.
This one's decent, bro. It's like around Ashton no Joe level, a little better.
It was the best anime we watched so far. I like the little lightsaber effect, the aura of him pulling out the blade, him hopping in his suit.
We're putting that at C tier.
Yeah.
See, like the uses of the terms like aura and like looks maxing and all that stuff. Like, yeah, that's like younger kids stuff. That's like way younger Gen Z than me, bro. It's like way younger Gen Z than me because I'm Gen Z. I'm like the oldest Gen Z could be, but like it's Zoomer humor, but way younger.
Yes, it's good.
Guess what, Ethan?
What?
We made it to the 80s! I swear from the 70s to the 90s, everything was all mecha anime, bro. The Space Runaway Idiot opening was fire. And this one dude had a nice afro. And that will be the only compliment I'm giving this show. Pacing was absolutely horrendous, even for its time.
Just F tier, bro. Instant F tier.
Jeremy, what are we watching?
We're watching
This-
Udasai.
Okay. So we're still placing things in F tier. Interesting. So they're putting it the same place. So they did rank earlier shows higher than like middle like 80s. They are ranking like 60s shows higher than like 80s shows. That's interesting. See, there's some value gained out of this. There's some value gained out of a video like this.
That's it up.
This is
That does bring some like nuance and some perspective. Interesting.
the
Interesting.
first Gooner anime.
The first Gooner anime. Are people upset about that? Because that probably is the case. Out of all the shows that they watch, that probably is the case. Are people upset about that? Let me control F. Gooner. Gooner Bruh Huz gave Lupin the Third a D rating, called Horimiya Gooner Slop, called Gooner Anime, gave Delman a D rating. COVID has brought so many tourists to anime and they need to leave. Yay, gatekeeping. Yes. I love gatekeeping. Yes. Beautiful. Yes, I love gatekeeping. Dude, it's so healthy for the space. So healthy. Dude, we want to be as toxic as possible, guys. Toxic. We cannot allow for any normie behavior in this community. We cannot. Fuck that. You cannot just ignore them and confine to your spaces about like media discussion. No. We can't do that. They invade everything. We can't. We have to gatekeep, guys. Holy shit. Fuck. Yeah, I think like this is the most Gooner like ecchi-esque like design I've seen out
This
of
is the
all
first-
the. This is like the first like ecchi-esque design, and obviously someone falling for like a girl that's like outwardly like
Gooner anime.
if you don't consider that ecchi, like bro, come on. It's like it's a gooner anime. Yeah, dude, like you're obviously too deep into the space to understand that this is like yeah, to normal people this is like a bit much. It brings an outside perspectives to an outside perspective that you wouldn't normally be used to. Like these people, bro, they hate an outside opinion, bro. They hate it. They hate it with a burning passion. Holy shit.
Wait.
Urusai Yatsura.
That was supposed to be funny. Okay. I'm am I old, guys? I'm like 24. Like apparently I'm old now. The dude loud equals funny, guys. Oh my gosh, yes. Okay, dude, I hate that type of humor, but fine. Fine. You're allowed to do that, okay? You are allowed to do that. Like, geez, okay.
Urusai Yatsura. This was number one by far. No
Easily.
debate so
Easily.
far. It's the first one that actually had me laughing. It's the first one that had.
It's like the first waifu, basically.
This is going in S tier.
This is going at the top of S tier, Jeremy.
I'm gonna lose my mind.
Based on their existing standard, ranking something, I'm starting to think that they're probably going to rank a lot of things S tier. And there's going to be, at this point, there's going to be no differentiation between shows. Or like, at the end of this, there's going to be like no real differentiation between shows. Or like the standard. Oh my gosh, I still have the Control F Gooner in the top right. Let me just close that. If you can legally drink, are you too old for anime? I think I'm too old for anime, guys. I think I'm too old. I don't know. I don't get the point of that. Your chat message, sorry. But yeah. I need to use the restaurant. I'll be back in a sec. I'm back. That was a long break. Okay. All right. Let's continue on. Let's see how many S tiers we're going to see later. Oh, man.
My brain is rotting, guys. We've watched such trash anime for so long. It actually gets to you, bro. It's infecting my whole atmosphere, bro.
This is called Macross, bro. It got me in my sleep.
So they started in 1961 and they're watching every third anime. So in terms of like episodes, they've watched 6. Yeah, I guess I can get to you. You're watching it in one sitting? That's kind of crazy. Okay.
He's been laying on the ground. He can't get up. He's paralyzed.
I just want some Orimo. I want some High School DxD. Please. I'm putting it at D tier. It doesn't deserve to be the most popular. F tier. F tier.
Unbearable. Actually, unbearable to watch.
I don't even think they're really watching it, to be honest. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're actually watching it, but you kind of have to give them the benefit of the doubt, maybe. But
Alright, we're about to watch Captain Tsubasa, which is
Zubasa.
It just looks like a generic ripoff of like Blue Lock or just any soccer anime.
How did this rip off Blue Lock if it came before it, bro?
Although the pacing is pretty trash, we put it at 2 times speed. It was still fire, and I'm not gonna lie, that rivalry, I actually want to watch the second episode.
The main character has a very common anime personality of wanting to be the best at something. Overall, pretty enjoyable, pretty big cliffhanger at the end. This is going straight into the C tier category.
Look at those pecs. This is the North Star.
Wait, no way. Is he gonna do the thing?
this humor doesn't hit for me, but okay. If this affects the rating, oh my gosh.
No, that was sick. Okay, that was sick.
All right, guys, the year is 1984. Jeremy, what happened?
We got Fist of the North Star. Now, here's the thing, guys.
I'm gonna give it a B tier.
I agree. It's going on top of B, though.
This is aesthetic when you think of anime.
Okay, it doesn't seem like the memes really affected their rating. Okay, fair.
80s, bro.
Touch looked amazing. You know what I mean? We had potential. We're like, you know, maybe finally something that can give us something we've been wanting. And there's no subtitles.
So while everyone else used to watch these cool animes, Cade and Aiden
Are watching Touch with no subtitles, so we just don't understand anything.
Touch is going D tier.
All right, Ethan. You know what time it is?
Dragon
Why are
Ball
you
time.
even, dude? Why are you even rating it if you can't read the subtitles? Okay, that shit's kind of weird. That shit's kind of, you're just rating shit for the sake of rating shit at this point. What the fuck, bro? Just, you couldn't find subtitles. Find another show from that year. Like, you couldn't do that. Like, what other anime came out that year? You could have done that. Another spin-off of a show they already watched. Area 88. They probably don't want to watch movies, so just do Vampire Hunter D. There you go. Easy. Anything else that was like your watch? There's other shows probably, but like, yeah, you could have just picked another show. Okay, whatever.
Dragon Ball time.
Dragon Ball. I don't want anyone attacking me for what I'm about to say, but what the hell did I just watch? Goku with a tail. I've never seen that before. Goku with his...
Yeah, okay, this is the thing that's triggered me the most so far. How do you have an anime channel that has 5 million subscribers and you didn't know Goku had a tail? This is like common sense shit. Raditz showed up with a tail, asked about where's your tail, Kakarot. You just haven't watched Dragon Ball Z at all. Gohan had a tail. Like, bro. I know you can't see it, but I just need to listen to
Just
that
watch.
again.
Goku with a tail. I've never seen that before. Goku with his... You know, you just gotta watch the anime to find out.
Brother, what?
Tail. I've never seen that before. Goku with his... You know, you just gotta watch the anime to find out.
Okay, that deserves like some, I wouldn't say hate, but like, they're clowns. They are so they are clowns. Holy shit! That oh fuck, bro. Oh my gosh, you're like a shonen, bro. You should know this, dude. Like, come on.
Now, but Nirvana cover. And Bulma trying to 10-year-olds? Are you serious? It's honestly not a very good start to the anime. This is going straight into the D tier.
Okay. I don't know. Okay. I've never watched Dragon Ball. I don't know if this is a valid complaint. So, yeah, we're just going to go on. Isn't this like 20 minutes?
This one was booty.
I would personally say that this goes top of C.
Top? Yeah, you know, just get in C. Don't put it in top or don't put it bottom. Just get in C.
Look, it's like done.
Dude, you obviously didn't like it. Why are you putting it in C? What? Dude. Oh my gosh, bro. Why even make a tier list if you're not even gonna rank something you don't like at like below C? What the fuck? Okay.
It's at 360p.
So we just finished Samurai Troopers. Yeah, that's going in the big F tier.
Honestly, the last one was a stinker, so let's hope this one's way
Dragon
better.
Ball. And Dragon Ball fans were sorry, but yeah.
Ooh, a show I actually watched, Rama 1/2. All right, like even the old one I watched that. Like hold up. A show I've actually watched. Hold up. Now I can actually offer like fair criticism
We're on
here.
Ranma now, baby. Let's go. I'm not gonna lie, Ranma 1/2 caught me off guard. And that's just because it kept showing naked girls in the first episode. It's a very unique plot, with Ranma changing genders with a splash of water to do some cursed body of water or something. And even though it was made in 1989, the comedy is still great. Like, it had me and Ethan laughing. Honestly, after this, I'm gonna continue watching Ranma. Yeah, this show is a solid B tier, okay?
Okay, so yeah, fair enough. Yeah, because I thought it aged pretty well when I watched it, at least. So yeah, I mean, like, if you gotta be more sensitive about like the ecchi shit, right? If you know your audience is like a lot younger, right? It's fair, guys. It's fair, but yeah, I wonder if this video would show up in restricted mode. I wonder. Anyway, whatever.
Would it say Yatsura is forever cemented as the greatest thing of all time? The aesthetic of it was actually like literally like made me shiver me timbers. I'm not even joking.
Oh, greatest.
Straight shiver me timbers.
Greatest.
Nadia, Secret of the Blue Water, whatever it's called. I'm going A tier.
Let's do it.
Guys, I'm sorry. No.
Guys, it only gets worse. It only gets worse every single time. I don't know what I'm watching. I'm getting scared. Look at this. It's about like this high school girl, bro. She gets charmed up by this like dude. This dude definitely is older, bro.
This dude literally looks like he's 35 with 4 kids.
Yeah, dude.
He's like
This girl just.
I feel like this group's trying to do something entirely different from the other groups. They're clowning on every single show that they're doing. They're not watching with respect towards the medium, but like that's not like that wasn't their intent. Yeah, they're just being clowns for the sake of being clowns. This is bait. These guys are baiting for sure. I'm not sure about the other guys, the other groups, but this group is for sure baiting. That's pretty obvious.
Started high school, bro. No.
Look, that's me and Kate right there. All the huzz are looking for us. Look at this.
They're just very pretty guys, but they were
very
just girls.
pretty guys.
So I just don't understand what the concept was, and
I've got to watch, dear brother.
There's always
What? I don't
There's
understand that
those
joke.
shows that people glaze for having an amazing first episode. And Yu Yu Hakusho's first episode.
I'm trying to be fair when I'm criticizing. I'm trying to be fair before like actually delving into like criticisms of this video because there were a lot.
Is a perfect example of that. Even though it was made 33 years ago, it's still such a banger. Easy A tier.
All right, the year is
Okay.
1993.
Arguably and probably the most popular basketball anime. I think it's
No, it's
might
probably.
be
I think it's the
only-
most popular sport. The aesthetic, music was good, intro was good. Slam dunk, A tier.
A tier.
Guys, Sailor Moon.
Hunter.
I'm not sure if I agree with that placement. I don't even think Rama 1/2 should be at B tier, but I thought it was fair. But like, they're going to be ranking everything at S tier from here on out, dude. Dude, the anime men, they hate like any slice of life show. They hate like any. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I'm going. Based off of them ranking Slam Dunk, any shonen, off of them ranking Slam Dunk at A tier, I feel like they're gonna rank like they aren't just rating based off of enjoyment. They're also just rating things based off of like existing popularity. I feel like. Too. I feel like that's a factor. Depends on how they rate Sailor Moon.
No,
Let's
Sailor Moon's
look.
very glazed. You know, I feel like girls growing up usually watch this. Yeah, but I'm gonna be honest, it looks dookie. I'm like, we're too old for this now. You know.
I'd rate that top of C tier.
Yeah.
Evangelion lovers, don't get mad at me.
Okay. All right.
I love Evangelion. That first episode is not that strong.
I only have one thing to say about Evangelion, and that's Misato. I can't lie, the best part about the episode is holy gyat, bro. Is her name Misato? She's so bad, bro. The rest of the episode feels too much of a blur and doesn't really set up anything until the end, and it doesn't really get anything done. Without Misato, this would be lower, but it is going in the C tier.
Okay, people complaining about this guy being on his phone the entire time. Bro, he's already watched this. Hold up, let me look at he's already watched this show. Let me look at his other, like, was he watching, like, was he on his phone during
I don't want anyone attacking me for what I'm about to say, but what the hell did I just watch?
Bro, he was paying attention during the entirety of Dragon Ball. Okay, people saying that he's on his phone like the entire time. Like, bro, what? Hold up. How did he watch Rama 1/2?
All fans were sorry, but yeah. Because it kept showing naked girls in the first episode. It's a very unique plot, with Rama changing genders.
He's paying attention. Okay, he wasn't on his phone the entire time. I feel like Evangelion's like fair because he's already watched it. So.
Anything until the end, and it doesn't really get anything done. Without Misato, this would be lower, but it is going in the C tier.
Alright guys, Detective Conan is done. Jeremy, I don't know about you. Guys, if you want to watch some detective work, how about you deduce the fact that Detective Conan is not that good? C tier.
Berserk, 1997.
Yeah, dude, so far, like, a lot of these ratings are fair. I could tell there are a lot of rage bait, but, like, a lot of these are fair. I'm seeing an overinflation already, though, with some of these picks, right? So I'm already seeing A tiers, and we saw one S tier already, and I could tell they're gonna rate a lot of shonen, like, a lot of shonen slop in S tier. My opinion, shonen slop. In my opinion, it's slop. But, like, I could tell they're gonna rate a lot of stuff in S tier as we go on later. And then, like, it's gonna lose all sense of, like, perspective that was established earlier with rating shows and early on in the 60s as F tier, and then rating, like, individual little bits, like, oh, these age way better than, like, all the ones around it, so, like, C tier, B tier, whatever. Like, all sense of perspective, I feel like we're gonna lose that as we go on further.
Yes, finally something we know. Finally something that's actually good. Except for these all dookie booty. This will be the first S tier. So Black Swords in the first episode. I'm gonna put an S tier. It's iconic. It's beautiful. It is berserk. It is the second. Wait, actually, no, it's the greatest manga of all time.
You're not rating the manga though. You're rating the anime. Okay, are they just gonna rate things based off of popularity? Yeah, okay. This is like the first overinflation because I don't think we heard like an actual reason, justified reason to put this in S tier. See, I'm more upset about this, bro. These people, dude. These people are like rating the shows. People are gonna be like, nobody's gonna be upset about the reason they put Berserk in S tier. I'm upset about the reason they put Berserk in S tier. It's like, oh, it's popular, greatest manga of all time, S tier. I feel like they didn't even read the manga, or like even read part of it, because I've only read part of it, and I agree it's good, but like. Bro, like your reasons for putting this at S tier, dude. The overinflation is crazy. Hold up. Let me look at. Let me control F tier. Put Doraemon in F tier is like a declare war to most people in Asia. It's the first episode of Doraemon. Like fucking relax, my guy. I mean, like that's a joke. The guy was making a joke, but like. And Oni-sama E and F tier, absolutely disgusting. These fans need to learn more about anime. Dude, shut the fuck up. Holy shit, gatekeeping. Holy shit, gatekeeping. Holy shit. Placing timeless, emotionally complex works like Hane-san and the groundbreaking below generic, forgettable slop isn't a difference of taste. It's a total failure of critical thought and a glaring lack of respect. Shut the fuck up. People can have any opinion they want on a show, bro. I haven't watched any of those shows, but I don't care about their emotion, the historical significance. Bro, if you're rating things based off of pure enjoyment from your modern lens, then yeah, rank it F tier, rank it C tier. I just want a reason for it, bro. Like, fucking, like, relax, dude. Like, geez, the gatekeepiness. I agree, but this in every one of your comments reads like Chat GPT. What the fuck? It's just how I speak. Stop trying to invalidate my criticism. What? Okay, it feels like Chat GPT. This is not. This is. What? Even my mom was in their childhood and the beginning of the 80s. It was with a black and white TV, and I never knew that much of what the colors of how it looked like. Even if now she doesn't watch anime stuff, okay, whatever. And people always, yes. So for her, she's able to enjoy older shows. Great, good for her. These people can't. So you're basically, these people can't like enjoy shows at the same level as like people who grew up with this shit, right? So ranking older shows low is fine, is understandable. What are these people talking about anyway?
Cowboy Bebop time.
Cowboy Bebop, baby.
Cowboy Bebop, wow. Honestly, what a great episode. Right off the bat, world building, the music, and the animation is established, showcasing the exact kind of thrill ride that we're going to be going on. For an anime that released in 1998, it holds up really well. This is very easily going into the A tier category, and I'd challenge anyone who says otherwise.
I feel like that one group, this is the best group out of all of them, honestly. They actually like give freaking reasoning behind their placement, and I feel like many of their ratings aren't overly inflated. So like they put Rama 1/2 in B tier. They're putting Cowboy Bebop in A tier when I feel like a lot of people would put it S tier. This is probably like the best group out of all of them, honestly.
To the A tier category, and I'd challenge anyone who says otherwise.
One Piece! I think One Piece is one of those shows where it gets better later on.
I can't deny that the first episode of One Piece is pretty good. You get the introduction to Luffy. You get Kobe, what's his name? The pink-haired guy? Yeah. Overall, I'd give the first episode of One Piece A tier.
I agree.
We're overinflating. It's overinflation. It's inflation. It's inflation. Guys, we're rating way too many things too high. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I watched the first episode of Slam Dunk. I think it's better than One Piece, but like, bro, like, oh my gosh. I think this is the same people that rated Slam Dunk, right? Let me double check. I think these are the same people that rated Slam Dunk. And this is just a matter of opinion, right? Like, it doesn't really matter that much at the end of the day. Yeah, these are the same people that rated Slam Dunk. So, let's go back to One Piece here. So, rating One Piece at A tier It's a sign of things to come.
I agree.
Inuyasha. Look, the fight scenes look good, but it's
Are
in
they gonna
Spanish only,
rank
so only
it?
I'm gonna understand it.
Are they gonna
If I'm
rank
being
this
completely
at S
honest
tier?
with the show, like after watching all these shows, I was already super exhausted from watching anime, and this came on, and it was in freaking Spanish, so I couldn't even understand it. When I watched it, it was garbage.
Bro, you're not even trying to find English. You're not even trying to find a digestible version. This group, this guy here, and the friend watching with him, they're baiting so hard, dude. It's insane. Like, holy, they're not even trying to watch the shows that, bro, why? Why are you watching in Spanish? There are other shows in the 2000s too. So wherever you're finding these episodes, I'm sure there's some other show from the 2000s that you're able to watch. What?
Garbage. I'm being honest. I'm gonna put it in D tier.
We are.
Bro, you weren't even able to watch. Okay, dude, that shit pisses me off. But I can, it has to be bait. I can't. No.
Both in the 2000s now, baby. Hellsing's gothic aesthetic is super cool. The cinematography was super good. Besides that, there's nothing really noteworthy about it. C tier.
No, Jeremy, dude, come on. You gotta wake up. I get One Piece was boring, but you gotta wake up. Jeremy, come on. Because I wanna know what's...
I get One Piece was boring. Bro, you rated it at A tier. What are you talking about? This is the... Fuck, my concerns are real.
What's next? What are we watching? Wanna know what's next?
Jeremy, do you know what that is? Wait, Jeremy.
Guys, it's 2002.
The first episode of Naruto
Is a banger.
is actually a banger. Naruto's first episode is a lot better than One
Disagree heavily, but holy
Piece's.
shit, whatever.
So because of that, we will be putting it in S tier. S tier.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. We're oh no. No. Did you watch the Chainsaw Man trailer? I did. Bro.
Get up there, Naruto.
When we finally got Full Metal Alchemist, I was expecting something that was going to be good, and it actually met my expectations and Cade's. We get more of like world building aspect of the first episode compared to Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, where there's more action right in the beginning.
Guess what anime we're watching? Bleach! Now, before you come at me with pitchforks, I've watched all of Bleach, and I think it's great. But the first episode, it's nothing crazy. It was decent, and that's why it's going in C tier. I'm sorry.
See, these guys are rating fairly, bro. Dude, this is the best group out of all of them. The stands are low, but like, bro, come
We
on.
got Mushishi. I thought it was paced extremely well. It was written really well. And the music was just like the cherry on top. It was a really emotional first episode. Overall, this is definitely something that I am for sure watching. I think it's top of A tier. Absolute banger.
Guys, we have Death Note finally.
We're seeing the trend here. From here on, it's going to be Shonen S tier. Anything else A tier. This is where it's going to be. This is how it's going to be from here on out. Let's go.
Death Note is so beat. I was saying with him, Death Note, I used to hate anime my whole entire life. Until 2020, the first actual anime episode I ever watched was the first episode of Death Note. It was so good. Absolute masterclass, masterpiece. 3,
You heard that anime is good? True, these guys also heard that anime was good.
2, 1. S tier! It is the best episode we have watched by far.
Gurren Lagann!
Gurren Lagann. The first episode of Gurren Lagann starts with main characters Simone and Kamina, which is located beneath the surface in some tunnel. Eventually, both of the main characters discover a way out through the help of a large monster and a very alluring character in Yoko Littner. This, along with one of the best messages in anime, clearly brings this anime at the top of the A tier category.
Guys,
Dude, the best group out of all of them, dude. I'm telling you, the best group out of all of them. Now, like, Gurren Lagann is, like, regarded as one of the best first episodes. But you could tell, like, these guys are actually expressing their own, like, personal opinion. They're not just, like, popular anime S tier sort of deal. So, dude, these guys are actually doing something here. Okay, let's
Clearly
keep going.
brings this anime at the top of the A tier category.
guys, Me and Jeremy are at the point where we've already seen so many and we just want something new.
And this is exactly not it.
And when we get something like
Wait, what was their previous show? What was the previous show that they watched? You watched Bleach. Your last episode was Bleach. Or sorry, no, Mushishi actually, wait.
Dora, keep in mind, we're only 15 minutes in.
Okay, so they muted this part.
I feel like we've seen so many romance of slice of lives that are kind of exactly the same.
Your last anime was Mushishi. This is so much more different. What the fuck? Okay, fine.
Because of that, we'll be putting it in
C tier.
But now we're on Fairy Tail. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're just getting overexposed to a genre they don't like.
A classic.
They at least seem to watch the episode and give a review it. No, this guy's actually upsetting me though. Cause this guy right here, if he can't find an English version and he finds like a Spanish version, he's just gonna watch the Spanish version of the show that they already have listed for that year. He's not gonna go out and try. So he tried finding. I don't know how hard he tried finding an English version of Inuyasha, but he can only find a Spanish version. I don't think it's that hard to find a freaking English version of Inuyasha episode 1. And then he rates it like D tier because he wasn't able to like understand anything. Why would you rate it in the first place? Just find a different show or wherever you're trying to find these anime, right? Wherever you're trying to find these anime, just find a show from 2000 that you're able to understand. Honestly, at this point, if you can't find an English version of Inuyasha, which you should, but like if you can't find an English version of Inuyasha, just find another one from the 2000s and then you're good. Or from the year 2000 and you're good. Why are you even rating a show that you weren't able to understand? It happened earlier with like a show in the 70s that they weren't able to find subtitles to. Like, it was like in the 70s. It was like 1975 or something like that. They couldn't find one that had subtitles. It was the same group, by the way. They couldn't find a show that had had subtitles. They weren't able to understand anything, so they just ranked it like effort. No, they ranked it at D tier. I'm like, how did you even rank it in the first place? I know for sure you don't know the plot to this. Like, whatever.
Fairy Tail, first episode done. I never watched Fairy Tail before.
I watched it.
I would watch Fairy Tail after that. I give it A tier. I don't think it's an S tier.
I think it's an A tier. I don't think it's better than Death Note.
Okay. All right, so I think will they show like a overall tier list later? I don't know.
Beats. This show starts off with the main character and the viewer introduced.
But we're starting to see a lot of A tiers and S tiers, which is like, okay, fine.
World of Angel Beats at the same time. Some type of purgatory where dead people are currently stuck in as they rebel against the purgatory system, which is in the form of some white-haired lolly. I'm not sure how old she is, but she's definitely a lolly. Just look at her. I don't know. It feels very slice of life, and you can kind of already tell what type of anime you're getting with the first episode.
I could definitely tell people are triggered by that statement, but honestly, fair. Yeah, you're like a casual or whatever. Casual or whatever, normal people view that as a lolly character, dude. Like, freaking relax, bro. Like, I feel like people are going to get triggered by that. I think it's a lolly. Normal people think it's a lolly, whatever. Like, I think there are definitely more lolly-esque characters out there, and definitely a lot more red flag-y characters. But yeah, whatever.
Which isn't always a good thing. This is going into the D tier category.
All right, guys.
They're actually expressing an opinion. Holy shit. They aren't, dude, they aren't actually, dude, these guys, dude, that one group, this group actually isn't too freaking swayed by the timing of the anime they're watching. Holy shit, they're actually giving an opinion. What the fuck?
Which isn't always a good thing. This is going into the...
Like, they're actually dude, this group actually expresses their thoughts about each show. It's crazy.
D tier category.
All right, guys. I've been waiting for this for a really long...
I tell you, they give a review. No, but okay, that is like the best group out of them all. I think that this video does not deserve all the hate that it's getting, 100%. But like that group gets this group in particular gives way too much hate. Now, I think this is the same group that reviewed Dragon Ball and was like questioning like, oh, Goku doesn't have a tail. Like, I'm going to 100% clown on them for not knowing that Goku has a tail. Like, I just don't think they watched Dragon Ball like at all. Normal Dragon Ball, they obviously didn't watch. GT, whatever. I don't think they've watched Dragon Ball at all. So, fair. Maybe. But I'm going to clown on them because they call themselves the Anime Men.
Kind of already tell what type of anime you're getting with the first episode, which isn't always a good thing.
But people are turning that into hate. And it's like, what the fuck? You're so gatekeepy, it's insane.
This is going into the D tier category.
All right, guys. I've been waiting for this for a really long time. We're finally at 2011. And you want to know what that means, Jeremy?
Okay. Copyright music, Hunter x Hunter. Singing along to the opening, that's fair enough. He's obviously a big fan of Hunter x Hunter. He's probably gonna rank it at S tier. I didn't watch Dragon Ball. I know I know he has a tail. Yeah, but like, and I know, but some people like don't know like very common basic like pop culture things, and it's like, if they like specify the fact that they didn't know about it, like I'm okay with people clowning on them, but hating someone for that's like. Whatever. I don't think people should take it that deep, but like I was cringing so hard when I first saw that. I was cringing really hard, but like in retrospect, it's not that deep. Like, relax, bro.
I've personally never seen Hunter x Hunter. Sam is one of the biggest glazers of Hunter x Hunter, so I'll let him take the reins for this one.
Guys,
what makes it so good is that it doesn't have all like the cheesy anime tropes that most shows
Hunter x Hunter, as far as the first episode goes, it's such a great start, so I think...
You know what?
Hunter...
I found that bit a little funny. All right. Fair. They kind of acknowledge what the retention span that they have to like cater to. They're kind of like acknowledging that a little bit in that joke. That's kind of funny.
Hunter, as far as the first episode goes, it's such a great start, so I think it's gonna have to go A tier.
On to the next, Sword Art Online. Me and him have both seen the first episode. We've actually seen the anime.
But this episode's fire.
It brings you in. It was like the first like isekai that like really banged. So, you know, it started everything.
It's the original isekai.
This is a Mushoku Tensei channel, right? I'm not gonna clown on them too much. All right. I'm not going to clown on them too much. They're casuals. It's okay. Don't get too butthurt. All right? It's fine. Okay.
It's over. The first episode. Banger, outro, and intro. It's iconic, bro.
Well, we're going to get copyrighted, so it's...
Oh, yeah.
Hunter x Hunter first few episodes aren't that good, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, like, they placed it pretty high, so, like...
It's such a great start,
yeah,
so I think it's going
A tier, right? So, like...
to have to
just for the visual. So like I'm glad that they're not overinflating their favorite shows, right? So they're not rating like shows that they find like their favorites to be in S tier automatically. Now, Naruto being in S tier is another story. Like that's like crazy. But like that's just a difference of opinion. I'm not going to be like too crazy about that. Okay, so it's not as inflated as I thought. Okay. There's actually some merits to like later on in this video. All right, there's actually some merit. Okay.
Attack on Titan reminded me how amazing it was. It easily has the best first episode world building I've ever seen. This is one of, if not the best first episodes of anything ever. Easy S tier.
I don't like the bits. They're trying to be funny. It's just not for me. So like I don't. It's obvious they've already seen this anime before. So like I think they can clown on their viewing experience a little bit. You can't say anything about Attack on Titan. I mean, like it's S tier. Like
it easily has the best first episode world building I've ever seen. This is one of, if
Like I agree with them. Like what do you want me to say? I just agree with them. Like there's not much to say here. Like yeah, I agree with them. Like
No matter what you want to say about the later part of Tokyo Ghoul anime, the first episode of season 1 is actually really good. Banger. We should make a new tier. The awesome ultra double S plus tier. It's going in that tier because Tokyo Ghoul is that good.
yeah, I know no one can say it's not S. I mean like it's if you say it's like below S, that's like like in this like ranking or whatever, that's like pretty controversial. I'd respect it, but like yeah, I feel like it's probably S. But anyway, like I don't know. I haven't seen Tokyo Ghoul in a while, so maybe that is deserving of S. I just don't want everything to be an S now, dude. I really don't.
I'm gonna get hate for this, but I don't like One Punch Man. I think it's really boring.
I put it at like fairy tale level. A tier.
It's a C tier, but best at best.
We were about to watch My Hero Academia, and I've actually.
I mean, like they already watched it before, so that guy being on the computer is kind of whatever.
I put it at like fairy tale level. A tier.
It's a C tier, but best at best.
Bro, like, I respect it. I mean, like, I don't agree with it at all, but like, you know what, fair. Like, I'd probably put it at like B or something like that, but whatever, it's fair.
Deku getting bullied by Bakugo, which I thought.
I think it deserves. I think most people think it would be higher, but like, like if you're gonna like complain about like the specifics here, it's whatever. I mean, like at this point, we're at the stage where like, yeah, this video is a bit clownish, a bit at times, and like obviously the humor doesn't like appeal to someone like me, but it does not deserve the level of hate that it's getting. It does not. Like, relax.
That was his love interest, and then he just walks over to a crowd and glazes a giant hero lady with a yacht, and then he almost dies and gets saved by All Might, who inspires him to become a hero. To be honest, it was just a generic anime first episode. It's C tier.
I don't understand the jokes here with the freaking yacht thing or whatever. If you know that a lot of your audience are kids, I don't understand that. But they don't play into it too much, so it's fine. Yeah, absolutely. People like to overreact. Yeah, I know. I mean, I do that sometimes too. Like I did it with the freaking Dragon Ball, like like Goku having a tail. Like he didn't know that. I played up the reaction to that a bit. Like yeah, it's something that you do as like to be entertaining.
Hey, what do we watch?
To either like on YouTube or just like in conversations with your friends too. Like that's fine. It does not deserve that level of hate it's getting. It deserves much more hate. You're joking. That's funny.
We're watching Black Clover.
Honestly,
I have not watched Black Clover.
Me too.
Oh really? I think
I have not seen Black Clover.
Oh, okay.
That's a great introduction
To Asta.
And whatever his brother's name was, and like the whole world and how important magic is. I think it's going into A tier.
I agree.
Simple as that. A tier. Get up there.
We just finished watching Violet Evergarden.
I am very concerned with how this guy's going to rate Violet Evergarden. I'm playing it up a bit, but I am actually like, hold up, please no, please don't butcher one of my favorite show. Don't butcher one of dude. The first episode is really good too. Like, don't butcher one of my favorite shows, please. If he does, then it's like, fuck it. It's just not for him. But like, dang, dude. Like, shit. Fuck. I can already tell he's probably gonna put this at like C or something. Oh, please no.
Me, Cole, and Cade haven't seen it.
You just called him Cade.
Oh. A tier.
It's
A tier.
It's high C if best, maybe low B if I.
It's not for him. Oh, dude, this guy. Oh, I don't like his taste at all, bro. I feel like he's just lazy though. Like, outside of that, dude, I'm going to complain about this guy as a person. This guy sucks as a person. Fuck him as a person. Get this guy out of here. I mean, dude, it's obvious that he's not really putting too much effort in the video by like not finding like the English like versions of shows. Like, I'm gonna constantly clown on this guy for not going through or this group for not going through the effort of finding an English version for like certain shows that they watch. But I'm gonna clown on them for that and complain this video could have been like, you could have put more effort into the video in regards to that. I can't say anything about you're not putting enough effort in the video, or you're not even trying, like ranking these, you're not even giving these shows a chance by ranking this show as a C tier. It's obvious that he gave it a chance, okay? It's obvious that he gave it a chance, he just doesn't like it. And I'm going to clown on him for that. Fuck you, this show's great. This guy, fuck you, this show's great. Hate comments are a different story. I need to look at the comment section afterwards for this type of thing. But like, bro, this guy is not it, bro. At least like the other guys, like they're, you know what? At least they're giving like balanced perspectives here, you know? Like, this guy's giving it an A, this guy's giving it a C. This guy's rating a lot of things like higher than this guy, but like, you know.
To compromise, because realistically nothing really happened. I don't really care about the story. I would never.
Nothing happened. Fucking hell. Does getting like a writing job like not consider like nothing happened? It is like a natural progression in life, considering nothing happened. Yeah, it's just not for you, bro. It's just not.
Yes, it's very pretty, nice.
No, okay, look.
Attack on Titan looks amazing, but it's still dookie. Like, what? Like,
That's just a horrible take. That's just a horrible take. I'll compromise. I'll put high B, though. We're putting out the max.
Dude, what does this guy like? This guy doesn't like Attack on Titan, doesn't like Violet Evergarden. Dude, what does this guy like? Bro, I know you just started in 2020, but it's been like 5 years. Bro, you should establish a taste by now. Bro, what do you like, my guy? Huh? I'm confused. The animation alone makes it A. No. Stop that right now, dude. Animation alone cannot make something that high. Stop it. Stop it. I disagree with that heavily. No. I know we like to glaze Violet Evergarden here. I glaze Violet Evergarden too, but the animation alone cannot make a show that high, bro. Relax.
Next level B. We're on the most popular anime of all time.
Demon Slayer.
Yeah.
They're calling him out. Yeah, I know they're calling him out, but like they should have called him out earlier for not even trying to find English versions of the shows, but whatever.
The first episode of Demon Slayer sets the tone very early with what anime we're going to be experiencing. It kind of has a similar vibe to it.
I hate Demon Slayer. I do hate Demon Slayer, and I like clowning on Demon Slayer, but I admit the first episode's pretty good.
Attack on Titan in a way, just in a smaller scale. Tanjiro seems like a very happy guy who has the grace of having a great family to care for until he doesn't have that. B tier.
That's surprising. That's surprisingly low for how decent the first episode was. Actually, wait, no. I need to double check here. Does the freaking at what point does the first episode end? I'm curious, actually. Let me look at this. It depends. Like, I might be jumbling like multiple episodes together. I gotta be careful about not showing too much. Let me just mute this real quick. Okay. Okay, so kind of ends where. Oh, no! This episode was really good. This episode was decent. Okay, no, I didn't jumble anything together, dude. Okay, so like this episode's actually like has like a full arc and shit. Like, yeah, this show's good on the first episode. Not really like so like crazy action there wasn't like insane action scenes or anything like that in the first episode. It was pretty like toned down and pretty like grounded, but it was still really good, and it ended on like a bittersweet note sort of deal. So that was good. It's a good first episode, dude. Rating it B is kind of like unexpected, dude. It was a good episode, dude. What the hell? I'm surprised. Holy shit. That's crazy.
I know all the old heads are gonna hate to hear this, Jeremy. All the old heads are gonna hate to hear me say it. I think, yeah, it's low-key peak. Fun fact: me and Jeremy honestly don't really like it that much. Like, I think
thought it was just decent.
I think overall, Jujutsu
Those are two very conflicting statements.
Kaisen is definitely overrated, but as a first episode, guys, I think you need to go back and rewatch this peak. So I think it's going in S tier.
All right, Horimiya, we just finished it, and you know what I gotta say? We both have already watched the first. You actually read the whole manga, so.
And guess what? Horimiya fans, you guys need a life. I'm sorry, I get it. You want a Cade Ward type. You want the cool piercings, bro. You want the good bod, bro. You want the little skin, you know. You want the abs, you know.
Yeah.
But you're not getting anything out of this. There's no substance.
It's Gooner for girls, bro.
It is. It's girl goon.
It's mid.
Dude, how did you watch the whole anime then? Or how do you read the whole manga then? What? How do you read the whole manga if you don't like the premise of the show? What? Huh?
But I still think as a first episode,
I give it.
It's like
better than Violet Evergarden. Yeah, it's B tier.
It's B tier. It's B tier.
Now it's time.
It's better than Violet Evergarden. That's a take. That's certainly a take. I'm confused. How did this guy read the entire manga and not like the freaking like guys who watch this anime down bad, bro? It's like, what? It's like, this is a girl anime. This is a girl anime. This is a girl show. It's like, bro, you read the manga. What? Yeah, that's a rage bait and a half, bro.
I'm for Chainsaw Man.
Chainsaw Man. The start of this anime is honestly very depressing if we're gonna be honest. We're introduced to the main character in Denji and his chainsaw dog Pochita as he navigates through crumbling debt, which his father left behind after he died, when he ends up getting betrayed by his employers who take a deal with like a zombie demon or zombie devil, and they end up killing Denji. Then, in a very sad scene, Pochita ends up giving him his life so that Denji can live through his, basically wanting Denji to.
Dude, the Horimiya anime gets way too much hate, honestly. People say it's like rushed or whatever. Like, dude, no, it was perfectly fine. And I think the comedy was really good in that show. I honestly think like Horimiya is probably one of my favorite slice of life anime. Like, I didn't read the manga, but it's one of my favorite slice of life anime for sure.
Promise that he achieves his dreams as he's basically a backseat driver. Easily A tier.
Wait, where's Jeremy? Jeremy?
Specifically because of how good the comedy is in that show. Dude, giving Chainsaw Man A tier is kind of low in my opinion, but all right. Dude, like, fuck. Okay, the inflation isn't actually hitting. I disagree heavily with a lot of these takes, but the inflation isn't actually hitting. They're not giving too many S tiers. That's crazy.
Just one episode of Free Run, Jeremy! One episode of Free Run!
You just need to watch Free Run. Everyone loves Free Run. Everyone loves Free Run, okay? Okay?
What's going on?
Alright, Jeremy. We're on our last episode. 2020.
I remember not liking the last episodes to me. I thought Horimiya's final episodes is season 1 or season 2. I think season 1 you're referring to. Season 1 was the last episodes of season 1. I thought were good, personally. I thought they were good, but you know.
24. Free Run. How are we feeling? How are we feeling? Alright, guys. The year is 2024.
The first episode
is a
It's
banger.
pretty good. It's pretty good.
2023.
Yeah, it's a banger.
It's a banger.
It is gorgeous.
After they did the deed, it didn't seem interesting. I thought it was fine. I thought it was like a mature romance, and like they had interesting interactions afterwards. It was more so like the other characters, and I thought like the side characters of Horimiya were like probably like the highlight of the show with how good the side characters in that series are. So like, yeah, I think the other character arcs that the side characters go through are just as interesting as the main duo. So if you don't like that, then I understand. But I think it's great.
Look at
the animation
it is
is great.
insane. And same with like this background and set pieces. It's drawn perfectly. Frieren, you know, we're getting towards the end of this list, but I don't really think anyone will have a problem with us saying that it's A tier. The first episode,
A tier.
Come on, A tier.
Yeah.
Get in there.
Solo leveling.
I thought they would for sure. Okay, so this guy obviously likes solo leveling. It's people like him that hijack the Crunchyroll awards, isn't it? People like him. Damn it. Why? Damn it. Damn it. Fuck, we found him. We found him. Fuck. Solo leveling won all the Crunchyroll awards because of people like him. Fuck.
Episode 1's mid, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Episode 2, that's where the real juice and potato.
Episode 2 and 3 are actually good. Season 1's a cliffhanger, bro. It draws you in for a cliffhanger. You know,
Solo leveling was the last anime. We're done. We're done. Hey, me and Cade and Cole. It's time for our little dance. Cole, start the dance off, bro.
Hey. Yo, hey. 25. That's this year, and technically there might be an even better anime later in the year, but right now we're watching Sakamoto Days. We are finally at current times, and the most popular anime of this year so far is Sakamoto Days, and the first episode was...
At the time they filmed, it was in September. The most popular show this year. Like original show, like not sequel. Yeah, you know what? Fair. I'm just surprised. They're just all sequels, I guess.
Alright, I guess. Sorry to be anticlimactic, but it's just going in C tier. It's alright.
alright, we just got done
Okay, let me look.
watching all of our.
Balanced. Holy balanced. Holy, they actually made a balanced tier list. Wait, hold up. They actually made a balanced tier list. That is so crazy to me. What the fuck? And they actually have older shows up here. That's actually crazy. Hold up. Dude, people fucking hate the fact that that Doraemon is this low. Or shows like that and Astro Boy and shit. But like, come on, let's be realistic here. People casuals are not going to appreciate like older shows. And if they do, hey bro, they threw you a bone a bit here and there. Slam Dunk's up there. Freaking Mushishi's up there. Rama 1/2 is up here. Fist of the North Stars B. Like, dude, come on. Detective Conan should be an A. First episode? I don't know. I haven't watched it. But bro, they're giving them a bone, dude. Like, let's be realistic. They're throwing them a bone here and there. Now, Inuyasha was ranked in D tier because he couldn't find the English version, and that's kind of that would piss me off if I watched that show and I was a fan of it. But like, yeah, dude, this is fine.
Anime, so now we're gonna decide what's the best anime first episode of the century. We're going first. It's gotta be
Attack on Titan, released in 2013.
Okay, me and Jeremy came to the decision that Tokyo Ghoul, released in 2015, has the best first episode of an anime ever.
Alright, Aiden Caden.
Not a bad list, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think it's a bad list.
Which was
Death Note in 2006.
Okay, now we're gonna all debate what's the best first episode.
Dude, these are fair takes. Brother, these are fair. What the fuck? These takes are so fair. It's insane how much hate these guys are getting, bro. What the fuck? Brother, you guys, dude, I don't know why people are hating. I don't know why either. Dude, okay, dude, all the drama slop that I've seen over these guys, bro. Holy.
Come to an agreement of what it is.
Like, the comedy isn't for you. Like, guys making facial reactions like this, like, just isn't for you. This video is not meant for you. But the actual takes that they give in here, like, albeit some of them are cringe, but like every single anime fan has their own trash takes, bro. Like, who cares?
After much debate, we have come to the agreement that the best first episode of the century
is Tokyo Ghoul.
Such a bad take.
Alright, thank you guys for watching. Bye.
There you go. Fair. Let's look at some of the comments. Now, this is where this juicy stuff is. Juice. I need the sauce. Named Anime Men asks why Goku has a tail. That comment's fair. That comment's so fair. This has 4 times the likes of the video itself. Jeez, oh dude, this freaking video got massively brigaded. Holy, I don't even think it performed nearly as well as their other videos, right? It can't be. Okay, 179k, 67, 91. 145k, one anime hater versus 20 anime fans. Dude. 236k. Okay, it's not one of their best performing videos, but it's up there. Okay. So, did it get brigaded? I think like probably half of these reviews are probably like brigaded, like not from their normal community. Attack on Titan first episode is way better. Yeah, but like I don't know. It's within reason, right? It's within reason. Saw the clips of this video floating around. Wanted to come here to personally call you all tourists. I think calling them tourists is a bit funny though. Even the Mexican cartel and deep hoods know why Goku has a tail. Oh my gosh. Late to the party, but shoujo fans hate you too. Oh my gosh, bruh. Jeez. For the first time, the anime community has united against a one common foe. Oh, jeez. No matter how divided, we'll always rile against posers. It's a tale as old as time. Dude, bro. They're not even posers. They have their own like tastes and stuff. Like they're not posers. They're legit. To demean them as like not real anime fans is kind of crazy in my opinion. Like they're like shonen, they like shonen a lot, sure, but like come on, like they like we watch anime. No, you watch your phones, bro. The one time he was on his phone for a significant period of time was on a show he already watched. It was on Neon Genesis Evangelion. He was on his phone for like a lot, and it was because he already watched the freaking episode. Fucking relax, my guy. Relax. Damn, I thought I was bad. Nicholas Light, bro. Hey, yo, you're here too. Your AOT videos were peak, by the way. Dude, he also like caters to like Gen Z like reaction Andes, you know, React Andes. He's like a Gen Z React Andy, dude, like for sure. He's an overreaction type of guy. So, yeah, same type of videos in my opinion. You are getting in the anime community by trying to understand it, which is good, but these people are trend hoppers. No, I think some of them are. Some of them aren't really too open, but like, bro, like freaking relax. Like some people don't like shows like Violet Evergarden and all that. This man doesn't have to have a say to this. Oh wow, an TheAnimeMen ranking video. I can't wait to hear their thoughts on the classics. I said it with Joyce, then was shot 57 times. All right, bro. Please never rank anything again, dudes. Okay, let's look. Let's look. Okay, so this is a random video talking about.
I don't want anyone attacking me for what I'm about to say, but what the hell did I just watch? Goku with
this was the most diabolical clip of the entire video for sure.
I've never.
It kind of shows exactly what you're all about.
I think the most rage baity video. Let me try to find it here. The most rage baity video reacting to this. I have the TheAnimeMen's video talking about it, but he kind of mostly talks about like anime tourism and like its effect on the general community. And in that sense, it is interesting to pose it, but I feel like saying that they're butchering your fan base and the Joey does talk about that. He compares it to like Christopher Columbus going in and butchering an existing community. He kind of calls like he kind of compares these tourists to that to some extent, and I don't think that that's a realistic viewpoint, because you're all these fan bases, like these discussion, like these groups that you want to discuss like similar opinions on, or like have like real engagement with, they still exist. They're still out there. Maybe not on Twitter, but you have to go a little bit deeper to find it, right? So it's weird. The opening song of Chainsaw Man with the trailer came in today. Interesting. I'll look at that in a little bit, but let me look at this. The Anime Men. Where is it? Nope. Rev, dude, this guy. A bit of an overreaction.
But the first thing I saw on social media was this post talking about a YouTube video recently uploaded by a channel called TheAnimeMen that has nearly 5 million subs on YouTube. And you can see the title, "We ranked the most popular anime from each year."
Yeah. Jump ahead.
From that video, I have some good news to start off with. My code with advanced G. So keep back to the content, okay? The Anime Men. This is a YouTube channel, not to be mistaken with the Anime Man. They have nearly 5 million subs, and they make a lot of anime-related content, obviously.
Stop summarizing who they are.
2 days ago has 33,000, and as you can see, it has 1.3k likes versus 4.1k dislikes.
It's a lot more now.
Obviously, it's not going well, but it doesn't seem like a lot of the people who are subscribing for the shorts are transitioning over to the actual videos. And this video itself is atrocious for so many reasons. We're going to watch various clips, but let's get the intro to their concept here and get the first 2 rankings of the anime they have reviewed.
The very first 2 rankings where they ranked really old anime that don't age well at F tier. Sure, bro. What do you have to say?
Going on here that grabs my attention besides some little tune playing in the background and a still frame of some character looking at a painting. It's not looking good so far for anime. This is going directly into the F tier category.
Now, this might just be me, but this sort of Mr. Beast-esque vibe with videos like this, I hate it. But anyways, you can see they keep putting
it's not for you.
These classic anime into the F tier, and that is a common theme for the 1960s and really anything before the year 2000 for them. They pretty much throw every.
It's not though. They rank like shows from the 80s in A tier and S tier. Like, what are you talking about? It's obvious that these guys have their own individual tastes. Oh my gosh, bro. People are farming off of these poor guys. Yeah, true, bro. Like, what the fuck? What other clips do they complain about?
I was one of them. No, I used to hate anime my whole entire life. Until 2020, the first actual anime episode I ever watched was the first episode of Death Note. It was so good. Absolute masterclass, masterpiece. 3, 2, 1. S tier! It is the best
stereotype for the COVID weeb this guy is. If you don't know what a COVID weeb is, by the way.
Okay. Oh, dude, he's farming so hard, dude. Like, it's okay to have trash takes, bro. It's okay to be like there are obvious points where he's like baiting like really hard and doesn't want to try too hard in the video, but like from the takes he actually like gives, like it's like they're bad, but like it's not something to just like, oh man, COVID weeb, not a real fan. This guy's not a real fan. Get him out, bro. He's trash, garbage, pathetic, trash. Dude, relax, bro. He is a real fan. He's just not like you. There you go. That's it. He's just not like you. He's a new fan. It's fine. It's whatever. Not really new. It's like 5 years. 5 years is a lot for some people, but like, fine. It's fine. Don't freaking like say like don't gatekeep. I hate gatekeeping. It's so bad. I hate gatekeeping, but it's rough. I mean, I complain about like tourists like invading the Crunchyroll Anime Awards, but that's like what I expect when a fan vote is like so high, right? And like that's like to give recognition to like artists and stuff. So like I'd prefer if artists weren't like rewarded for catering to like popular demand and stuff. So having like a fan vote, like I'm not too surprised by like fan voting being the way it is, but like I complain about that because like you're actually directly like recognizing artists for their work and stuff, and like you're basically making a popular vote, which isn't a good thing in my opinion. So it's okay to be 50% of weebs. Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous. These people. I don't understand why there's so much hate here. I think we're done with this topic. We already got through that. YouTube algorithm changes. Okay, so I haven't seen this video yet from Moist Critical here. YouTube has a big issue right now. So let me close a few of these tabs here. YouTube has a big issue right now. Now, I think there is currently a situation with YouTube where like people are getting less views than they normally do, and I don't think there's a clear reason why. People complain that people blame the fact that it's likely the restricted mode feature, and honestly, I think it's a fine addition to like an existing system because it's an AI that automatically detects whether or not you're a kid, and then it turns on restricted mode based on what it decides. But you're able to turn off restricted mode by yourself if you're like if it incorrectly categorizes you. I believe that is true, but we'll see. I'm pretty sure that's the main complaint, but this was uploaded a day ago, and this like whole situation has been way older than that. So I'm interested to see like if there's anything new that popped up here.
Entered a diabolical pattern of getting one night of sleep and then one all-nighter, so I alternate days where I sleep. I only sleep every other day. I'm a goddamn cryptid when it comes to sleep. And I know you're probably tired of hearing me yap about my insomnia. The reason I'm mentioning it now is because it's 6 a.m. I've obviously been up all night again. But the reason why I keep bringing it up is because it's kind of like Voldemort's name, where you gotta take away its power. So this is me calling out my insomnia, hoping that, you know, if enough time passes, I'll start to make some headway being able to sleep normally again. I'm also trying a bunch of, like, medication now. Not working, huh? It doesn't seem to be panning out all that well. I just spit everywhere. This has nothing to do with the topic, by the way. You've got eyes, and I assume you're literate. You know what the topic is. It's a huge YouTube issue that apparently has just started up and people have learned about. According to a bunch of YouTube
Restricted mode or something else, because I don't have an issue with restricted mode at all, and people need to stop freaking complaining or whining. I think restricted mode's fine. The concept of restricted mode is fine. It needs to be ironed out more because there are obviously false flags on what should be restricted and what shouldn't, or what should be restricted and what shouldn't. But yeah, it's obvious. If he looks like he finally woke up, dude. Honestly, me too, bro. Like honestly, like that's the thing, bro. I'm out of it, bro. But dude, if you're sleep deprived, like you can look way worse than what Charlie looks currently.
There has been an abnormal drop in views on all of their channels. Allegedly, a site one.
My views, no, I'm not making enough money to support myself. I put all my eggs in one basket, that is YouTube, and now I am failing. Oh no, I have 100,000 subscribers, and I'm now not making enough to pay rent because I put all my time and all my time investment. I put all my investment in this one endeavor. No. Jeez, bro, it sounds like you're a dumbass. Financially illiterate, bro. This is a trendy thing. YouTube is a trendy thing. It should not be your main job unless you are well stable enough. You have enough of like a savings to last you for like a few months, and then going into it, you have like You're able to like sustain yourself long enough to find like a new job, or like educate yourself enough to find like a professional job to maintain your lifestyle. Like what, bro, bro, bro.
Decline in views, seemingly out of
I can't like sympathize with like it's like I'm now making less money, guys. Sympathize for me. Be outraged. I want to weaponize my audience against YouTube. Be outraged. I mean, fair enough. Like you want to make money, fair enough. But like, geez, I'm not biting. I'm not biting on that. Give me some damn good reason for me to advocate for your position, other than you're making less money.
of nowhere, and they've been doing a lot of exploring in the data, and they believe they've found the culprit. A YouTuber named Josh Strife Hayes just posted a video explaining all of it and showing all of the data, which is apparently corroborated by a ton of other channels experiencing very similar circumstances. And I'll go ahead and address the obvious explanation that people are absolutely going to be like Poindextering, pushing up their glasses. Well, actually, this is the reason. They fell off. Like, that's going to be what most people typically default to. Like, there's probably no YouTube issue. These channels.
One change in their algorithm readjusts like the value assessment of certain channels, and if they aren't valued as highly as others, then they've fallen off. For example, there are certain channels that, from my understanding, have not received this downtick in views. Most of them are like newer channels. And in that sense, they are catering to the new viewer base. And if a readjustment in the algorithm makes you financially unstable and unable to support yourself while you make videos, then you need to reassess your business. That's it. But we'll see.
They're probably just falling off or posting some lackluster content.
I don't think any job would make as much as him making stuff on YouTube. I'm not talking about Charlie. I'm talking about I'm not talking about Moist Critical. I'm talking about freaking like 100,000 subscriber Andys that are making just enough to sustain themselves. And like, I'm not talking about Moist Critical. Moist Critical can retire now, and he has generational wealth. He's fine. This guy's fine. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about people who are barely able to support themselves through ad money on YouTube, but dedicate their entire lives to making videos on there. And they aren't doing it just for a hobby. They are doing it full time. You got to make sure you're good enough to do this full time. You got to make sure you're good. You can't risk. I don't think you can risk it. And if you risk it, good luck facing the consequences if that risk doesn't land. That's it.
That people aren't interested in. Or you could easily just point to the time of year that it is, back to school and all that. And that's not like some kind of fucking outlandish hypothesis that'll have you, thrown into a padded cell at Arkham Asylum. Like, that sounds reasonable. But if you look at the data here, it's not really supported, because nothing changed in like the type of content and all of that until one day in particular, across the board on every channel, August 10th. That is Judgment Day for YouTube channels, where the views just got fucking smited, and it seems like something changed on the back end that has now led to this net decrease in views for pretty much every channel on the platform.
I want you to specifically look at your views from device type in August, specifically around the August 9th to 12th period, because that is the date range the desktop views specifically fall out of correlation with the other device types and become consistently lower. 12,000 per day drop to 6,000 per day over 4 days and then remain at that. The other channels I've asked to check their analytics also corroborated this same drop. August 10th shows a substantial and sustained reduction in views from desktop source only.
Is the only new news relating to like this restricted mode thing, is the only new news just the type of users that were affected by this? There's no other source from this decrease in views, maybe? But I think most people don't leave their job until they make sure they are stable enough. No, that is not the case. That is not the case. They go to YouTube just when they are able to make like enough to sustain themselves like in the short term. They don't think about the long term. They don't think about saving enough money for them to pursue it full time. They're just thinking, "Oh, I can afford rent and all my amenities, my average amenities each month just by solely living off of YouTube. So I'm good to just go in the future." No, bro. If your channel falls off, you're going to hit a dip in the amount of money you make, and you're not going to be able to sustain yourself going forward. Dude, YouTubers are stupid. A lot of YouTubers are stupid. A lot of YouTubers are stupid. There are a lot of people that make stupid financial decisions just outside of YouTube too. It's like a normal thing. It's like you're not really thinking like with common sense here. I'm cheap as fuck, bro. Like, I try to penny pinch as much as I can. Outside of like random ass like DLCs that I purchased from WWE 2K, that's probably like the worst financial decision I've made in like the last few months. Like I penny pinches all hell, bro. It's freaking crazy. These people need to be like freaking like people need to be grounded in reality. Like you need to save money in order to pursue something like this,
while not showing a correlation reduction from other device types.
This is why I said
you need to be absolutely sure that you're okay for at least a few months if your channel gets freaking deleted. If your channel gets deleted, you need to make sure that you have a path to success afterwards. If you do not have that path, you should not pursue YouTube full time. No shot, dude. Because for any freaking risky career.
that explanation of, oh, it's just the time of year.
It's crazy.
Or, they must have just been posting cringe on main or some shit. Just doesn't really work here. Because when you look at the analytics, the views stayed the same on device types, except for one.
And I'm not like, I don't shame people for not knowing this stuff. Like I feel like this is common sense and common like resource management like levels of common sense, but like because I think like just thinking like reasonably about like money and stuff like that, like you should be thinking that way if you're pursuing a new career. But like anyway, the main issue I have is that YouTubers are weaponizing their audience and forcing them to complain to YouTube to do something. Bro, your audience isn't affected. Your audience isn't affected. You're the person that's affected. You complain. Why are you taking this out on your audience? You're saying like, oh man, like, this is the only way that I can fix this situation. No, bro. If you're having a financial hit, that's on you. That's on you for not being able to predict something like this. This is on you. Oh no, I'm making like a 10% less money than I normally do. Oh, boo-hoo. You want to weaponize your audience to cry about it and hopefully get that 10% back? Bro, just make more videos. Make more videos. Get fucking good. I don't care. I really don't fucking care.
Which doesn't make any sense if the explanation is they were making bad content, shit no one wanted to see. Because if that was
they're not making any different content, I don't care. Output more videos, appeal to try to get more of a new audience, do something. It is your burden. It is not the audience's burden. Their experience on your channel is not affected at all. Not at all. Unless you're literally unable to output videos. In that case, they go to a different channel. Literally abusing your parasocial link you have with your audience to like get one over on YouTube. You're literally abusing that parasocial behavior. You don't want parasocial like behavior to happen. But damn it, if it helps you if it helps you financially, you'll do it. There are many people who don't like the phrasing of that. I could tell, but like I feel like that's how it's currently situation. Why should I as a viewer care about this situation? How am I negatively affected by this? I don't know any of these YouTubers personally. I'm not going to I'm not gonna go outright. I'm not gonna go to bat for them like Elnalise did, as I mentioned earlier. I'm not gonna go out to bat for them because of something like this. Like,
case, you would see a reduction in views on all device types there, not just a single isolated one. He is showing here that all the views maintain the same consistency on all devices except computer post August 10th. So unmasking the Scooby-Doo villain here of less views, we get something pretty fishy where it seems like they must have changed something on the back end when it comes to computer desktop views specifically. Computer views on post August 10th take a drastic decline.
how much is the views? This guy had a 50% drop in desktop views, which made up for, I think, about like a third of his total views. So like that seems to be about a sixth of their views dropped within that time. Boo-hoo. I know it's a lot if that's all your, I know that's a lot for most people if that's their only source of income. Boo-hoo. Great, I don't care.
And they stay that way. They don't go back into the same pattern, the same correlation that they previously were. Josh Strife Hayes showcases it with his channel, and then he mentions other channels also corroborated that as well. So naturally, I wanted to take a peek at mine. I don't typically pay attention to views, so I didn't even realize that this was like a huge thing going on in the first place with like a reduced views out of nowhere. I set up the
How much is the views for the video? 1.1 million. It's a lot of views. It's a lot of views. How many? It has a significant amount of likes and no dislikes at all. The parasocial behavior is kind of ridiculous, honestly, at this point. It's like, I'm not parasocial. Kind of are, bro. Yeah, I'm not parasocial at all. Oh, he has a follow-up video today. Ooh.
process exactly how he described, and I got very, very similar results to what he showcased. Let's take a peek under the hood here. I did exactly what Josh said.
I'm not debating. I'm not arguing the facts here that desktop views obviously in the green fall around August 10th. Oh no, something changed in the algorithm. Oh no. And YouTubers are upset about it, and they're gonna make videos saying that I got hit by this. This is unfair. This is the analytics don't like me anymore. Oh, please help me, viewers. Oh, complain to YouTube, please, for me. Oh.
90 days, device type, views, and everything follows the same correlation that it usually does. And then August 10th, the next day, bang, bingo, bango, bongo. The computer desktop views get banished to the shadow realm, and it's all cattywampus. It goes tits up. But I thought, I never really look at this in the first place, so maybe this is just something where it kind of ebbs and flows. Like maybe
Help me because I will not change my content. True, dude. I will not change the way I produce content. I will not make more content. I will not, because honestly, if you just make more content, you get a lot more views. You get a lot more traffic. It's like exponential growth in terms of like increasing the number of videos you output. You just get a shit ton more analytics. Like, I know that from like freaking like my own personal like experience, but I also know that from like other YouTubers showing their own analytics. It's like, oh man, like as soon as I started making like daily videos, my freaking views like skyrocketed. It's like, yeah, it's like less effort but more videos that freaking skyrocket. The demand for that's insane. It's like, yeah, true.
some stinkers get farted out from me, and people don't want to see that. You know, it is what it is. So I decided to go to the last 365 days.
I just realized that this thing was extremely, volume was extremely low the entire time. My bad.
And no, it seems like the trend is pretty consistent. Like, these usually do kind of stay in like the same general ranges together until you can see the tail here. August 10th, and now all
You don't, I know how to look at graphs. You don't need to show me this anymore.
every single channel, every single viewer on YouTube just decided to sell their computers and just watch YouTube.
Is this it? Is this it? Is this just like YouTube big bad hurting my favorite hurting my favorite streamers, hurting my favorite content creators? Oh no. Is this it? Is this where the drama is? Brother, what? Is there anything else?
Exclusively on tablets or TVs. I'd be very surprised to hear about this mass exodus from PCs. Like, you know what? Time to hang up the RGB. I'm getting myself a fucking Kindle and I'm only gonna fucking read books and I'll watch YouTube on it. I don't think that's what's happening here.
They're just complaining into the void. What do you want us to do? Yeah, I don't know what these people want. Where is the drama coming from? Do you want us to complain to YouTube? If so, why? For you? A person I do not know? A person you don't want to develop a personal relationship with? You don't want to develop a parasocial relationship with your audience, but at the same time, you want them to complain to YouTube so that they update the algorithm to benefit you and your views. Excuse me, what?
It really seems like there is some kind of internal change at YouTube that has caused this. I don't think there's been an official word from YouTube on this at all. Like, maybe it goes deeper than this, and maybe it has to do with, like, how bad the platforms become with the inshitifying of, like, the recommended section. Maybe they're changing how they, like, even feed viewers videos in the first place, though.
My recommend's been totally fine. As a viewer, I'm totally fine. My YouTube recommended's been perfectly fine. There is one concern though. There is one thing I do not like. There is an issue where if you go to like your subscriptions tab, like live streams, you'd have to go to the time where this live stream starts in order to find it there. So like, for example, if someone's been like streaming like 6 hours or something like that, or like a really long time, and like you want to find their live stream in the subscription feed, but let's say you're subscribed to like a bunch of different channels as well. In the last like 6 hours, there's probably like freaking like, for me, there's like 10 different videos that were posted, right? Within that time. So I have to scroll down past those 10 videos in order to find the live stream that I'm looking for that's currently live, rather than just looking at the top and seeing like the active live streaming people. It's like, what? Huh? Like that's one thing I will complain about as like a viewer. Like one thing over here, like you see like there's the like current existing live streams are listed at the top here, but that's not the case if you go to subscriptions. If you go to subscriptions, like that's weird. That's weird that I'm not seeing it here, but I used to occasionally I see like live streams. Like I know damn well like this was posted like, yeah, this was 19 minutes ago. So yeah, based on my theory, this should be posted like afterwards, right? So yeah, that's weird. Okay, so I've been sometimes seeing that. Maybe it's only on a mobile or something like that. Maybe this only affects on mobile. But something like this, something like that, an issue like that is something you would raise up and like have your viewers like complain about. Hey, this is like a shitty thing. If you don't like this, go to complain to YouTube. That's like some good stuff. That's like something that like affects your audience, that you'll be like, yeah, like this not only affects me as a live streamer, but it also affects you as a viewer. If you like watching live streams, like, yeah, complain about this. You're not getting recommended stuff that you like. If you don't mind it, fine, whatever. There's less interesting content. I mean, yeah, I don't think there's much revolutionary content on YouTube as of late, but like I'm not getting like recommended like bad shit necessarily. I'm just getting recommended more of the stuff that I personally like. And I'm getting recommended like random like 20, 30 view videos. And I think that's fine. I mean, like that, and they're usually on topics that like I recently look at. Like for example, like I don't watch Rev's videos all that much, but I just got recommended one of his videos. I probably won't click on it, and eventually it'll just weed out, and I won't be watching. It won't be recommended to me anymore. And it's also recommending me a podcast I was already listening to. So like, who cares? Like yeah, if it doesn't affect the viewer's personal experience, there is literally no reason for them to go at bat for you. Literally no reason.
If that was the case, then you would still see a reduction in views on all device types, not just a single one. So that wouldn't really explain that. I don't know. It is very odd. It definitely smells.
Make interesting videos so that those people that you lost from not getting those recommendations anymore, the views that you lost, make sure that you make enough videos or make interesting content to get those viewers back. Make a notice saying like, hey, maybe you weren't recommending my content. Here's some interesting videos you can watch on the side. If you run into this video and you weren't recommending these previous videos, here you go. That's it. That's like the one thing you could do. That's literally the one thing you could do. Because admittedly, YouTube, basically the algorithm's like a black box. You have no clue what the fuck's happening in there. YouTube doesn't know what the fuck's happening in there. There's probably some outside influence into this dip in desktop views or whatever. There's probably like a new implementation or a new feature that they added to have this thing happen. But at this point, the only thing they could do is probably remove whatever feature or whatever function that they did previously. But likely that might not recover what was already done. Likely they're probably going to look at the recent YouTube algorithms. Probably it's very likely that they'll look at the most recent data, like this last month of data, saying like, oh, you weren't recommended these videos on desktop. We will continue not recommending you those videos on desktop. It's very likely that will happen, and even if they try to recover from whatever happened. But if there's a way for them to fix it, quote unquote, fix it, fine. But like weaponizing your audience for that, like complaining to your audience, like, oh man, boo-hoo, woe is me. Like, dude, stop it. Like, it'll be interesting to talk about. Maybe if you cover topics like that on your videos, maybe that's worth bringing up. But I see people like the anime YouTuber My Mother's Basement. Hold up. My Mother's Basement. What is it? Yeah. Mother's Basement. This freaking guy, he brought up the cancer eating YouTube.
Unwanted
AI is destroying YouTube. Hold up. Is he complaining about just AI generated content? Like bad content?
Step 5.
Okay, whatever. But I'm seeing like random freaking videos like him that don't normally talk about this type of stuff. Now talking about it because now it's affecting. Now algorithm changes are affecting them. It's like, bro, why? I know why. For selfish reasons. Shut the fuck up.
Of some horseradish.
Now I can use specific videos I've released to show this switch again. If your channel is focused on shorts, follow this specific video by video comparison to see the correlation switch for yourself. And I can use videos from both restricted mode and normal mode to show that restricted mode probably has nothing to do with this. The last video before this August 10th switch happens. And my next video, Was It Good? Neverwinter Nights, Hordes of the Underdark, released on August 21st. And that was the first video ever on my channel to have a higher view count from mobile devices than from desktop PCs. Here is the complete graph showing every video. And
now you should take action on this. If this is just an informative video, then cool. But it's obvious that this is supposed to be a drama-esque video saying YouTube bad, and I'm like, why?
I have ever released on the channel. The blue line is desktop views. The green is mobile. Desktop views have been consistently higher than mobile views within correlation, except from August 10th onwards. If we look at the last 90 days again, you can see the desktop view dip.
Which is something you could see on my channel as well. He mentions that he doesn't believe restricted.
It's the same point reinforced over and over and over again. I don't think anything new is being pointed out here. So let's look at the newest video that he posted that's related to this.
No long-winded intro. I actually had some sleep last night. I'm supercharged. Right now I'm Charles Prime. So let's just dive right in. Yesterday I covered the...
He looks just as sleepy as he did in the previous video.
The ongoing YouTube issue YouTubers are debating about with the reduction in views coming out of nowhere, all from Judgment Day, August 10th. Post August 10th, views took a huge decline pretty much across the board on channels, and a YouTuber named Josh Strife Hayes believed he found the culprit, which was desktop views no longer being counted the same way they were prior. This led to a bit of a debate between him and the Spiffing Brit, where the Spiffing Brit, another huge channel, disagreed and believed that that was, a bunch of malarkey, that was a bunch of fish paste. Josh Trefayes made a follow-up where he believed he uncovered even more evidence to support his hypothesis and believes he knows exactly the direct root cause, which is monetized views on YouTube not changing, but any views that use ad block were no longer being counted, which is why all the desktop views.
W YouTube. Holy shit, dude. W YouTube. Finally, dude. Okay, so this is actually a really good thing for. Okay, I could see this being a massive positive for a lot of YouTube creators, right? So now there's less fake viewers for advertisers to look at and account that for how much they pay for in Google ad revenue, right? So they'll now value YouTube views as higher in priority than before. So now they might actually be willing to value the amount of money they pay per view of their advertisement more heavily, because now we know that each view is more trustworthy and is actually watching the ad. That actually might be a positive. Holy shit. You could spin this. In a positive way for YouTubers. Holy shit.
For channels across the platform were down for the most part, but revenue stayed the same.
So why the fuck is this a complaint then? I thought it was affecting revenue before this. Wait, hold up. Why are people complaining about this? Now this is a completely different situation. Now this is just a freaking... My numbers are not as good anymore. Big Sag. What? My number is lower. That's that doesn't affect you. It doesn't affect me. Who does this affect? Fucking nobody. Why?
And to get into the spaghetti and the meatballs, he is 100% right, I believe. I shared that video with people smarter than me who ended up sharing that with YouTube directly. And they kindly requested to not share their direct feedback, but I believe I can mention that they confirm his hypothesis for the most part.
Because he is making less money. But he's not even making less money. He's making the same amount of money, just with less views. That is a good thing. What do you mean? That's a good thing. Now, advertisers will value each view more heavily because they don't have to account for fake views. They don't have to account for views that aren't watching their ads. It's not a factor anymore. Come on, man. Come on, dude.
Now, right off rip, I want to address one of the most popular theories about this that people were speculating on, that this is YouTube getting rid of bots, banishing bots to the Shadow Realm, because we did just see Twitch do that, and they took a fucking massive hit. Everyone saw them get clobbered when they lost all the bots there for a day. So people thought maybe the same thing just happened on YouTube. It does not appear to be the case. It doesn't seem to be YouTube getting rid of bots that has caused this reduction. It does seem that Josh's hypothesis, being ad block, is the correct one. That is the winning racehorse here in this theory that explains why so many channels have seen a huge drop in views, specifically...
I'm done with this. This is actually nothing. This is nothing. What are people's responses about this? Keeps age-old tradition of telling its creators literally anything. Not telling its creators literally anything. And you are offended by this? Are you a creator? Interesting. Let me look. You are not a creator. You are offended on behalf of your YouTubers. Oh, good for you. Good for you. Guys, don't freaking follow this. Don't connect with someone on a personal level like me unless you've actually literally talked to me directly and we're friends or whatever. Literally do not do this. Do not develop a parasocial relationship to this level do not get so emotionally attached to freaking people that you are entertained by. This is celebrity culture levels of bullshit. Stop it. My ad block is reporting 5.7 million ads blocked. Lamau, they did this to themselves. They did this to themselves. Who did this to... What? How do you get it to work? For real, on this video page, blocked 123. I don't understand. What are you talking about? I don't understand. What? We sold your data so we could lovingly show you these targeted ads. Why are you being so difficult? Why are you offended on behalf of these YouTubers? Are you a YouTuber? You have 18 subscribers. You're not a YouTuber. I don't even consider myself with 1,000 subscribers to be a YouTuber. What are you talking about? Charles Prime is here. Okay, fine. If I am seeing all these drug ads and gambling ads, I do not feel bad using my ad blocker. This is literally evil behavior being pushed on the public. Well, now you're not going to see, now your favorite YouTuber's not going to see views or ads or ad revenue from your decision, even though it literally does not affect their existing revenue split, and they should be expecting the same revenue that they've been having. Literally affects nobody except the advertisers engaging on how much they should pay for advertising. Don't worry, I'll not attend your marriage. Good decision. I don't mind some ads from YouTube, but you guys tried to watch any... Have you guys tried to watch any YouTube video on the TV? It's virtually impossible. You get a lot of advertisements without ad block, for sure. I hate how YouTube now started having drug ads. It's the same as TV. People came to YouTube because they wanted a TV alternative. I just pay for YouTube Premium, and I've been having a wonderful experience with YouTube Premium. Fantastic. I get so much value out of watching YouTube, getting an ad-free experience for like $14 a month, and getting YouTube Music on top of that is great. I highly recommend, if you're going to get a subscription and you watch like at least like 100 hours of YouTube every single month, like, dude, so worth it. So worth it, especially if you listen to stuff in the background while you're working. Dude, oh my gosh, it's so good. I hate how YouTube now started having drug ads. It's the same as TV. People came to YouTube because they wanted a TV alternative. I remove my ad block when YouTube actually does something about the highly flawed and abused DMCA system, bots, spam. Dude, I honestly think the DMCA system is like probably the best in the business. The best in the content creation, online media business. I think it is probably the best. Is it overly strict? Sure. But you know damn well, if you make your own original work, no one else is going to upload that shit if you don't allow them to. You know damn well that's not going to happen. And that's like the exact opposite of like AI issues with like people just like relying on AI to make like new original work or copying off of original work. This is like the exact opposite issue. Bots, spam. I mean, yeah, the content section bots are a bit annoying, and that does need to be fixed if you want to improve the average viewer's experience, for sure. But most people don't comment, so I don't think they'll address it anytime in the near future. But yeah. And those overly long and scammy ads. The scammy ads are a bit, yeah. That stuff does need to be fixed for the sake of like viewer safety and all that. But yeah, for sure. Quality control is so bad that ads are sometimes laced with literal malware because they're so too cheap to vet any ads whatsoever. That is a concern, 100%. People use ad blockers as the most basic first line defense to protect against malware. Yeah, but you can also block YouTube specifically. First off, you can block specific websites from the ad block being applied to, right? So YouTube can be one of them. But if they're also showing ads that show malware, then fine. But I don't think you're gonna get malware just from watching an ad. You just gotta be skeptical on whether or not to click on the ad. I don't think anyone's going to be installing malware by watching a YouTube projected ad. No, you can't heckin' do that. See, now people don't want to fix the issue. Now people don't want to fix the issue for their YouTubers because now they're realizing, oh, I'm going to hurt my own experience if I turn off my ad blocker. Oh, no. Okay. If YouTube doesn't want me to use ad block, they should stop making double ads every 5 minutes without me having to pay for them. It's reasonable to ask for. It's okay. Understand. What do you want them to do? What do you want them to do? Double ads every 5 minutes. What do you want them to do? How should they pay for their how should Google pay for their online servers? How should they? They created a platform that you use constantly 24/7. How should they financially support themselves in this endeavor? Every 5 minutes you get an ad. Or like 30 seconds of ads max, probably. Sounds fair, in my opinion. If you want to avoid it, pay $14 a month, and I think that is a totally reasonable price. I honestly think it's fair at $20 a month. I watch YouTube that damn much. I watch YouTube that damn much to justify that. Honestly. Get the fuck out of here. The ad blockers are probably blocking stuff that YouTube uses to detect them. That's pretty cool in my opinion. Fuck YouTube. You guys are still getting paid, so the problem isn't us. What? The ad blockers are probably blocking stuff that YouTube uses to detect them. That's pretty cool in my opinion. Fuck YouTube. I don't understand. I can feel my voice is slowly losing power as I continue the stream. The fact that YouTube has such a hard on for banning ad blockers shows how powerful of a weapon they really are and can be. I need a mechanism for blocking ads that I find offensive. What? I need a mechanism for banning ads that I find offensive. Oh. Just the ones that you find offensive? Ah, well. Can't you like say like isn't there like a triple dot feature for ads that say like don't show ads like this? Is there something like that? I don't know. I haven't been getting ads recently because of premium. You can't even fall asleep to YouTube videos anymore without an hour-long video ad playing for every 5 minutes. Well, if you're falling asleep to it, I think it's pretty justified to pay for YouTube Premium. Personally, and if you can't afford it, that's your own problem. I feel like it's a bit of an issue if you can't afford like $14. You got other issues if you can't afford $14 a month, but you know, whatever. In my country, $15 is a quarter of your salary. Fair. But I'm pretty sure there's domestic pricing, right? So like what's the pricing in other countries? YouTube Premium pricing in other countries. Because I'm pretty sure for most software, yeah, so in other countries, YouTube Premium's $1.54 in India, $1.70 in Turkey, $2.39 in Ukraine, $4.50. So yeah, it's more expensive in other countries like in the UK, Denmark, Germany, France is about the same. So yeah, advertisers ban anime I like. I need to ban those advertisers. You need to ban Crunchyroll ads, maybe. We'll see. We'll see if you can do that. See if you could do that next time. Next time an ad that you don't like pops up. Oh shit, Charles is overloaded on sleep. He's ulting. That's a good comment. Ultra Instinct Charles is a go. Honestly, with the quality of ads on YouTube, I don't really blame people with ad blockers. I recently saw a woman hiding from Resident Evil 8 villain rip off a fart a dog to death. The game had literally nothing to do with any of that. I've seen some ads for games that were pretty much straight up softcore porn. And ads on YouTube are straight up awful half the time. Yeah, I know. I wonder if, despite being a YouTube Premium subscriber, my views are also being unrecorded due to having an ad blocker running. That would not be the case because the revenue hasn't changed that revenue hasn't changed for YouTubers, right? So if YouTube Premium subscribers aren't accounted for, then the YouTube revenue would have changed at least by like 10% or so. So yeah, for me it's $1.50. Okay. If it's not fairly priced, if that's not fairly enough priced over there, yeah, that sucks. But yeah, I don't know. Way back in the day, YouTube claimed to be a free service. They had banner ads, little annoying, but nothing too invasive. Then they got greedy and changed. Now they want me to pay to view what was claimed to be a free service just to get rid of their ads. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all no, it's affordable. Yeah. I mean, I know like sometimes like the localized pricing isn't appropriately priced, right? So like, for example, you can list a game on Steam and have it priced lower in like Brazil or something. But let's say like Argentina, I don't know if this is the case, but let's say like the neighboring country, Argentina, is like way like really like nerfed in the amount they can afford in comparison to Brazil. And let's just say because they're in the same area or so, they price it the same at $4.50. In that case, that's going to be rough. That's going to be rough, and they could have accessed more subscribers in that area if they were more thoughtful about it. That tends to not be the case, I'm pretty sure, based on like the size of these companies and the amount of research they're able to do. So yeah, they probably want as many worldwide and international viewers as they can. So yeah, it's all a value judgment. If you don't think it's worth it, hey man, I think it's fair enough if you look at how much time you save by skipping ads in YouTube and you're having a tough time trying to get ad block working on your system. I think getting YouTube Premium is a valid option. And they're trying to make it as tough as possible to make ad blockers work so that you are open to paying for YouTube Premium. Because I'm pretty sure the amount of revenue that actually I'm not 100% sure, but it'd be interesting if this was the case. If the amount of ad revenue you get from international viewers changes based on if they're subscribed to YouTube Premium or if they're just watching ads because of YouTube Premium's potentially lower price. So I'm interested to see that. I'm not 100% sure. I don't have enough data on my own channel to check that out. But yeah. Anyway, interesting conversation. I think you should not fall for these freaking people asking you to fight for them and all that stuff or raise an uproar about the current situation. I think it's totally fine. It was totally fine before. It's totally fine now. And yeah, even if it did affect the revenue, I don't think you should go at bat for YouTubers. I think there should be a disconnect there. There should be a disconnect. You should establish a disconnect there because you don't personally know the person. So yeah, that's it. All right, I'm going to end the stream now. It's been a while. See you guys later.